Hello, hello. How you doing today? Good day. Wednesday. A day that I had made a mistake on my schedule and I didn't have to stream on Wednesday this week, but I choose to this time because we're gonna finish Final Fantasy 16. We're gonna finish it. Cause one of my friends told me that at the point we're at, if we go straight to the end, about an hour and a half remains. If we do the side quests and all, maybe 8 hours. So we'll see. I want to do as much of the side content as possible, but if we hit a certain point tonight where it's getting too late or something, we'll make for the end. But we will finish tonight. That'll be a good point to aim for, right? How you doing, Nelly? Ugh. Hope everyone else today. I am tired today. I slept like poo last night. I slept terribly. Ugh. It's one of those cases where I was having like very active dreams, like of running and walking. Ow. Of running and walking everywhere, and like my leg was cramping, which I think means my leg was cramping in my sleep as well. And I think it means I don't breathe well in my sleep. I think we kind of established that. I don't breathe well when I sleep. But yeah, so we will be finishing up today. I did get some more work done. I've stopped doing emote work and went back to doing some model work. Because I kind of figured out what I was going to do for some of the final designs I wasn't sure about. So that's in now. So I'm working on like finalizing and I'm piecing it out now. The pieces are starting to come together. I have to break the art apart now to do it. So yeah, we ready? I always forget to do this because, well, I can probably show you what it does. Give me 1 second. The capture I have acts weird. Really gonna straighten up this time. What? Okay. The remote play crashed. It doesn't do that often. It's like the second time it's ever done that. It's still on. Yeah, see, look what it does. It does this. If I do full screen game capture, it does this. And it's very strange. That's why I have to capture the window specifically. Because I've got it set, you know, for games I just say capture anything full screen. And it does this. So yeah. So I have to change the capture method on this one. It's a very weird thing. I don't know why it does this. I tried like adjusting and fixing it. It doesn't work. It wants to do this, so just have to do that. And then there. It's all fixed. It's very strange. Ugh. Hey Zinio, hey Lunar Rays. Might do some offline work. You need your S-foil emotes. Emotes are coming. Oh boy, the emotes are coming. They are. Like I say earlier, I've gone back to my model work, but yeah, emotes. At least you got 2 new ones right now. More on the way. 3 of them are getting redesigned. Because they will need to be redesigned to go with my new model. How far along is the model? The artwork is finished. Well, actually no. I've got I've still got to do the emote graphics. And then I have to go about putting everything into their proper pieces. It's already like half in the pieces. I just need to like fix up I need to break it up a bit more and like fix up the pieces. So that's kind of the stage I'm in. The artwork is, aside from the emote graphics, the artwork is 100% done now. I just need to piece it up, and then once all in pieces, I import it into Live 2D Cubism, and then I begin work on the rigging. So we're not too far off. Or it's nowhere near close. Yeah, kind of. The rigging, depending on complexity, doesn't take super long. It really depends on complexity, and some of the things I want to do are kind of complex, so I'm saving them for later stages. But hopefully if I've done everything correctly, rigging shouldn't take me too incredibly long. I hope. There's not a lot of time before subathon. Although, like I say, if I'm like on the edge of completing things, I might delay subathon by just a bit. But we'll see if that becomes necessary. We'll see what happens. Because the new model's hopefully going to move a little bit more. It's gonna have more moving parts. There's quite a bit, and then of course actually getting the emotes done, which I never did on this one. It's been 2.0 or 3.0. Technically 2.0. I never actually considered this one 1.0 because it wasn't finished. Like the wings on this were placeholders. These weren't the final wings I designed. And there's no emoting. Like, I can't look angry or super sad or anything. So, technically this one never reached 1.0. So, 2.0 is going to be the new one. I'm very excited for it. I love its design. I'm so happy with the new design. Can sound, yeah. See, I can sound like it, I just can't look like it. Which was, in a sort of sad way, it was kind of funny when I did one stream that was kind of a eulogy for a friend that used to frequent my streams. So I was like, he would laugh so much that I couldn't look sad. I was going to do Final Fantasy 14 1.0. Ending the world to introduce the new 2.0 model. Might be. I have to decide how I'm going to do the new reveal. I've been pondering that as well. So we're right at the end. You can see that's that quest up there. That's the final main quest. According to a friend, there's an hour and a half left, but we're gonna do side content, which, holy crap, the side quest bomb that dropped. Like, there's multiple quests in these places. There's quests, side quests everywhere. They're on the map. There's a bunch of them here. There's side quests everywhere, so.
Good morrow to
and
you, my friend.
We've got hunting we've got to do. We've got the sword yet? No. We've got like 4 more hunts left to do.
You wish to study the tomes?
I want to know... Is there any information on the, like, other continent? We're actually missing something. Because we're in this, like, strange place where the twins aren't the rest of the world. But the mother crystals only exist in the twins, as far as we know. And as far as we know, the blight is only affecting the twins. As far as we know. You've got this other continent that seems almost mythical, but people have been there, but seems hard to get to. So, like, what's going on? And I was wondering if, like, maybe this mentioned any of it? Maybe it mentioned anything about it? I'm trying to see. Maybe we can get any lore on that? Didn't pay attention to lore, just hunted beasts and played the game. It's one of the things that's always bothered me. It's like, how much of the planet does the twins take up, and what is this other continent that they keep kind of talking about? Because, like, what goes on over there, and why is the twins so special? It just really feels like a piece of lore we're not being told. Is this the continent, maybe? I think this is it. Continent. A vast landmass situated far from Valsian shores. Aside from the more intrepid traders and odd, peculiarly curious scholar, few have been known to brave the journey there or back. For which reason, the character and customs of its peoples remain a mystery to most. Legends claim that remnants of the fallen fled thither from the twins when their civilization collapsed, but even the most bookish continental would be hard-pressed to explain what became of them in the intervening millennium. So yeah, that's kind of all we know, is like nothing. We know nothing of this other place. It just
Did you learn everything you needed?
feels weird. Like the the world is ending, so what's going on? What do people over there think? Or is this apocalypse very localized? Sounds like DLC. I kind of wonder. I was kind of hoping they would stay away from DLC after 15, but maybe they don't. Alright, let's pick up some side quests. Boy howdy, do we have a lot. In a mood. In case you haven't noticed, your poor hound spends all his time of late on the rear deck whimpering like Gav In his cups, something ain't right. My gut tells me it's not to do with the supply of antelope bones.
What is it this time, Torgal?
Let's see how we do. Well, when 15 came out, I think they only did one DLC that was actually paid. I think it was the Arduin DLC. I think that was the only one that was paid. The rest were free, but you just had to wait like stupid long amounts of time to get them. And they were just like filling in previous parts of the story where you weren't with your companions. You know what? Let's focus on this. Let's do a little bit of focusing.
First the skies.
Say what you will. Lady Karen has seen our...
Pining for something, boy. What is it? What do you see out there? I never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
From Sid, that's why. On the day he brought him home.
That long ago?
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw that the pup had a habit of gnawing on his leg, since you ask. Clap that there iron on him to keep him from doing it.
What was wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such a young age. Doubly hard in being a frost wolf, torn away from his icons and all. Sid would always tell him, you want that iron gone, you find what it is you're looking for. I reckon what he were looking for was you.
I'm sorry, Torgal. Sorry for making you wait so long. Let's get that thing off you.
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
Indeed. You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you? You want me to go with you somewhere?
Quick, aren't you? Glad you've been paying attention.
Not nearly as much as you have, Lady Karen.
Aye, good thing and all. It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10 summers.
Your kindness is appreciated. You've been a good friend to him.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of you. Go on now.
Where to then,
They're looking to
Torgal?
cross. Yeah, I saw it. I saw the video you had posted. I know it would never happen, but it would be really neat if, like, 14 could have looked like that. But I know they won't do that because they always kind of want to make sure people with lower end systems can play. So they always kind of have to slowly up their minimums.
All right, Torgal. Where are you taking me? I'm going to need a little bit more than that, boy. Do you have a better hint for me? Unless... you've already given me one. Back on the rear deck, you were looking west, toward Rosaria. Why don't we try the rookery? I haven't been to the island in almost 20 years. To Port Isolde, then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still there.
Getting rid of PS3 support in 7.0. They haven't already, because they're upping the graphics for character models in 7.0. Yeah, with like PC minimums kind of increasing I know they're slowly wanting to make jumps. Kind of forgot it was on PS3. I have a PS3. Prefer to play it on PC.
It's still here. After all these years. A lot smaller than I remember. And you're a lot bigger. You might have to swim, boy. I wasn't being serious.
I'm actually surprised that would still be there. It didn't rot or sink from storms.
This place hasn't changed at all. The rookery's right through those trees. Come on. Race you there? I bet I could still beat you. Here we are. This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal?
We won't show how he climbed the ladder. He probably jumped. He can jump really high. I just want to get them to give us cross region support.
Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy? This is all from the castle. And Phoenix Gate. Did you bring these here? My sparring sword. Well, well. You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy? Thank you, Torgal.
Aww.
For never giving up. For never forgetting. Let's take this with us, shall we? So I don't forget either. That's not the way back to the boat, Torgal.
No shit, is what he said.
All right. I'm coming. I think I know where we're going. People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you. But without it, we wouldn't be who we are today. And we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal. Let's go home.
It was short but sweet. Whoa.
Prime? What? Where?
Prime? What? Where? Thank you for the subby. How you doing? 73 months, holy crap. How's it going? When your work schedule and you playing games, you're avoiding spoilers for... You've been around much. Well, I'm doing side quests now, but we are, like, near the end. Not as I am to add to your burdens, I would ask your aid in a personal matter, albeit one that may benefit your cause. There exists ancient text deemed so injurious to modern thought that mere possession is deemed a crime, and it was a chance encounter with one such tome from a distance that sparked within me the scholastic curiosity which burns to this very day. I wish to enlist your aid in reclaiming that text. Should you require further incentive, know that I'm willing to offer compensation for services rendered. Not gonna be around so long, but you want to say hi. That's fine. I know a few people are like not coming to these streams because they don't want spoilers. So understandable. Go out this way. Definitely a game you want to play. It's been good. I've enjoyed it. It went from not feeling like a Final Fantasy at the start and to me not liking a lot of the characters to me liking a lot of the characters and it feeling like a Final Fantasy. It's very strange. But it's been good.
Vivian, I read your note, and I'd be happy to help you find the book you're looking for.
Thank you, Clive. But tracking it down will not be easy. Are you sure?
Please. You have always granted me your wisdom and insight whenever I asked. It's only right that I return the favor. Or at least attempt to.
You are too kind. Alas, what I ask of you is rather more trying than delivering the odd lecture. I spoke with Harpocrates to see if he had any inkling as to where another copy might be found, but perhaps it is best that you hear the details from him.
If you say so.
Forgive me, Clive, for asking this of you. But this book, it set me on the path to becoming who I am today. Its importance cannot be overstated.
tons of good things. Only negatives you're seeing regularly are how action focused it is in combat as opposed to turn-based. Yeah, and it's been moving away from turn-based little by little for a long time, so it's been bound to happen. Yeah, this is heavily action-based. Like, there's no real like pausing to do things. You can, but it's not really geared for it. It's been very interesting, and yeah, it's slowly been moving away from that. But this has gone like full on, like practically Devil May Cry level of battles. It's been good though. It's been enjoyable. The combat's been real enjoyable.
Ah, Clive, my boy. What a pleasure it is to see you.
All these green marks are
Hippocrates.
side quests.
There's something I need to ask you. I've been charged with locating a book called From a Distance.
And you seek a rare gem indeed. One whose name I had not thought to hear from your lips. You've been talking to Vivian.
Right as always. But she didn't seem keen to tell me very much. I take it she didn't like what you had to say.
And yet I gather it did naught to dissuade her. Clive, if the young professor has tasked you with obtaining a copy, I fear she asks the impossible. The executors would not allow it.
The executors?
Coveters of Secrets. A clandestine organization committed to the collection and intenebration of forbidden texts and technologies.
Oh, it's another brotherhood
One
of
such text
tech.
being the tome Vivian seeks, chronicling as
Brotherhood
it
of
does
Steel.
the true history of the enslavement of bearers. A tale which could overturn the established order were it ever to become widely known. Or, so rumor has it. I've never actually read the thing, or even set eyes on it for that matter.
How is it that I haven't heard of this organization?
Why, secrecy is the executor's watchword. They lurk in the shadows, emerging only to seize that which must be seized, be it books, inventions, or people, before disappearing again, leaving nary a trace.
Which would explain why Vivian's copy was snatched from her grasp not long after she found it.
By the hand of the executors, yes.
But what drives them? Self-interest or ideology?
Fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the executors can be recounted in a single breath. You may just as soon ask me of their origins, numbers, or the identities of their leaders. Any answer I give would be pure speculation.
Then my hunt was doomed from the first. What was Vivian expecting? That I'd pluck it from thin air?
Not from thin air, no. From ash. Rumors of the executors are rife among the scholars of Storm, but rather less so across the strait. I have a friend. Well, I had a friend. Garnick, a collector of rare tomes,
Cello Moon.
upon which subject
How are
we would
you
oft
doing?
correspond.
Swift's 50 heart.
Alas, I have heard naught from him since the skies fell dark. And no doubt he too has turned.
And just
Friendship of
beat
combat.
the devil out
A
of
friendship
Mention
of
it by
iron.
name, it is
Burn it to the
possible
ground.
that a surviving copy of From a Distance yet rests upon one of his many shelves, quietly awaiting discovery.
So hey,
If
Swiss
you
Storm,
were,
thank you for the
by some
subby.
chance, able to save even a single book from the poor man's library, I know his soul would rest easier.
Very well. When I next find myself in Waloed, I'll be sure to pay Garnick a visit.
That's what we're gonna do. Thank you for the subby. How you doing? 9 months. Oh, we've had a stream, baby. So you said you were hoping to have your surprise new model ready for my anniversary too? Hey D. You doing well? Good, good. You're the healer. For long, you don't.
Get him! You're finished. All yours, Torgal. Now, Torgal!
Torgal's a good doggo. He's excellent pupper.
The entire village looks abandoned. Now, which house would a bookworm live in?
Royal Intelligencer Training Reports. In the wake of the tragic fire at Caer Norvant in 873 and the subsequent depletion of our most highly practiced intelligencers, all mainland strongholds were instructed to redouble training in clandestine maneuvers, improvised weaponry, and assassination techniques. And dispatched promising volunteers to Stonehere for inspection. The report details progress made by the stronghold at Garnick in reinvigorating Walud's ranks of esteemed intelligenciers.
This is a Royal Army logbook. Did he take this from the local barracks?
Complete botany of Banes. Sure.
His interests were certainly varied.
The Moogle. No spirit or sprite appears more often in Valstian folktales than the humble Moogle. Though they are occasionally painted as mischievous souls akin to pixies or imps, most stories depict them as clumsy, yet congenial spirits who delight in helping mankind with their daily labors. They are said to have sweet tooths, leading to the common superstition that one must not leave cakes or other sweetmeats uncovered overnight, lest naught remain but crumbs come morning. In appearance, they are described as being covered head to toe in soft white fur, excepting the small dark wings by which they are somehow able to take flight, and the brightly colored pom-poms that protrude from the tops of their heads. And yet, there is one detail regarding the Moogle that most find more remarkable than even the orm atop its brow. The fact that the creatures actually exist. Preposterous, I hear you cry. Everybody knows that Moogles are the stuff of legend. I quite agree, but every legend has its basis in truth, and in the case of the Moogle, the fact may not be so dissimilar to the fiction. Ancient bestiaries list white mole whose feet do not touch the ground among the beasts of the realm. And the illustration beside the name? Why, it is none other than the Moogle. Of course, it is true that the creatures are not known to still survive in the twins in the modern day. Perhaps their miniature wings carried them to other climes. Perhaps they were hunted to extinction, or perhaps, just perhaps, they do still live among us, hidden away from human view. For some reason that always makes you think of what's a puppet? A little doggo? What's a doggo? A big old pupper. Or what's a pupper? What's a pupper? A little doggo. What's a doggo? A big old pupper. Fall of the Bearers. The emergence of the first magic adepts was widely heralded as a gift from the gods. Indeed, the title with which those with the gift came to be commonly known is most likely a contraction of Bearer of the Heavenly Blessing, the wording used by the tribunes of the time. Those born with the blessing were lauded as living crystals and granted high office and plentiful reward for their status as chosen ones. Over the years, this reverence for their kind has become a full-fledged religion led by the bearers themselves, a development that would prove fateful. The diverse nations of the time were unanimous of their disapproval of the founding of the church. While the authorities had for years welcomed bearers into positions of power in their own structures of state, they were mistrusting of an organization led by bearers for bearers. Efforts were immediately made to chasten the church and its followers, banning members from holding office, evicting adherents from their homes, and breaking up meeting by force. The church responded by forming a volunteer army to resist this persecution, and yet it continued, creating a cycle of ever-increasing bloodshed and rancor, and a growing rift between those born with the blessing and those without. What began with beatings and street clashes would eventually spill over into an all-out war that consumed the greater part of the twins for nigh a generation and decimated the population of men and bears both. The deluge of blood that stained the land crimson and left an even more lasting mark upon the minds of the Valstein people. After the Bears' last resistance was crushed, the nations of Valstia came together to sign the Continental Accord that initiated the system of slavery that persists across the realm to this day. Its well-known phrase, "Bears are other than human," has its roots in the bitter war of the years before, being the unblessed's only excuse for their calamitous refusal to allow the blessed to decide their own destinies.
This is it. But if what it says is true, I need to get this back to the hideaway.
Leaving so soon, stranger? We've been watching you. From a distance, so to speak.
Subtle. I know who you are.
Then we need not waste time on introductions. Hand me the book. Leave it in our care and return to your life.
Your care? Do you mean to burn it, or bury it?
That is not my decision to make. But by one means or another, its contents shall be removed from the common record.
Then I'll have to politely refuse. I won't let you erase our history.
Then we find ourselves at an impasse.
Not really.
Very well.
I'm going to turn you into a red stain on the ground.
Be pried from your dead hand.
Oh man. You're going to have me kill all these people.
Let's see, shall we?
Alright. Saying this is your fault.
This one. And another. Ogle, kill. Sick. Go to all yours, this one. Get him. All yours,
Now, about taking this book from me.
Impressive. But we have other means. We shall claim the book yet.
why do you want it so badly anyway?
It lays out in no uncertain terms the vanity and avarice of mankind. It tells the shameful history of the persecution and oppression of a gifted few by a giftless many. Would you say that this interpretation was correct?
I don't know.
You don't know. Your sword may be sharp, but your wits are dull. So let me answer for you. There is no correct interpretation of history. That a series of events took place may be proved beyond a doubt. But there can be no single, immutable explanation as to why they came to pass. It is a question of numbers and of belief. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred for a reason, that belief becomes the truth.
So you're trying to control the truth?
We are trying to protect people from themselves, from knowledge that would bring them naught but pain. That is all. You may keep the book, for now. The world is small. We shall meet again. Until then.
Wait. Damn it.
Damn your camera tricks. If we hadn't cut away, I'd have saw
Let's get
where
this
you
back
went.
to Vivian. Perhaps she can explain what that was all about.
It's probably hiding in this cart back here. He's like right back here. Think about name one time people destroying books was a bad thing. One time. I know, right?
Vivian. I found it. The book you lost.
You found it. Thank you, Clive. Even though I asked this of you, I was not entirely sure it would be possible. I feared the executors had seized every copy.
I met with one of these executors, and I convinced him to let me keep it. He told me something. That the truth is just a matter of collective belief. And that if enough people believe a lie, that lie becomes the truth.
It does. But it also means that the truth is not immutable. That it can be changed. Provided that those who wish to change it can convince enough people that their perspective is the correct one. As the sad history of the Bearers proves.
You said that the book inspired you to become a scholar.
It did. Or its author, rather. She was a heretic, you see. A firebrand and a dissenter. A gallows stood ready for her in every corner of the realm. And by shunning society, or perhaps being shunned by it, she stumbled upon a truth so potent that an entire realm trembled at the prospect of its utterance. I, too, have always felt somehow set apart from the world of men. A stranger to my own species. She taught me that my solitude was not a curse, but a gift. And that, though my journey to the truth might be a lonely one, what I found at my destination would be more than worth the cost.
Do you still feel that way? That you're not one of us?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure anymore. Since coming to the hideaway, I find my thinking somewhat clouded. Perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather closer perspective than I had intended. But the more I study, the more I find value in this perspective. In looking not from the outside, but from within. So if you'll permit me, I'd like to continue my work here. Remember, Clive, when enough people believe, belief begets truth. Give the men and women of this benighted world the gift of truth. Make them believe in you, as I do.
I'll try, Vivian. I'll try.
Another one for the chambers. Nice. It's not all the missives I have. I think all of them are now. Oh, no. Well, all the quest missives. Nope, there's another. Master Clive, I am aware there are matters of much greater import which demand your attention, but should you find yourself a moment, I bid you visit me in the shelves, that I might ask a single favor concerning His Highness Prince Dion.
It's usually me making demands of Hippocrates. I wonder what this is about.
I will say this though, just be careful of spoilers in these side quests, because it could happen. Because like I say, these are all kind of at near the end of the game, so they might reference things that have happened. So that is your warning.
Lawsman Harpocrates. I received your note.
Ah, yes. I expect you're wondering what this is all about.
You spoke of making amends with Dion, but I can't imagine what for.
Then I should begin by telling you that I was once his tutor. This was some years ago, of course, before I joined Sid in his hideaway. At that time, I was counted among the foremost scholars of Oriflamme, and was accordingly invited to the palace to supervise the young prince's education, all to ensure that the future emperor had a firm grounding in, well,
Enjoy your
everything an
luck.
emperor should. History, religion, commerce, government. Alas, our time together was cut short when Dion left to join the Dragoons. His studies no longer being deemed necessary. I had not expected to meet with him again, least of all here.
Have you spoken with him?
No, I have yet to find the right moment. His Highness always seems so preoccupied, especially when alone. I would not wish to disturb his ruminations with idle words of greeting. Not when I know he dwells upon the evil Ultima had him commit in the Dominion.
The guilt weighs heavily on him, I know. But as you say, that was Ultima's doing. Surely you can't blame yourself.
When I first met him, it was not guilt, but his people's expectations that weighed heavily upon him. And I did nothing to ease that burden. He bore it alone, until the day he could not bear it any longer. It is one of my greatest regrets that I only ever offered him my wisdom, when what he truly needed was friendship. The blame for Dion's transgressions lies not only on his shoulders, but on mine.
I see. I'm ready to help you in any way that I can.
Then I beg that you bring me a wild wyvern tail. Apothecaries across the ages agree that even to glimpse such a flower is to be granted inner solace. Fabulists and fraudsters all, of course. But there is oft a seed of truth to be found where even the most outlandish opinions align.
Well, it can't hurt to try. Where can I find this flower? And how will I know it?
You have seen cultivated wyvern tails before, I trust. The lily-white blossoms from whose roots the poisonous ink for the brand is distilled. Well, those which grow in the wild differ only in their purple hue. The harsher the environment in which they are raised, the deeper the color. There is a waterfall in Rickmal's roost across the strait, where the flowers once grew in abundance. Whether they still survive there, I know not. But try as I might, I can find no likelier location.
It's all right. I'll find you a wyvern tail one way or another.
Thank you, Clive. And please, be safe.
To me, endgame side quests. It's good, like, to be wrapping up a lot of these side threads, though. First thing you loved about this game was that you can tailor make your own journey through this game. What happened to that one woman we brought from here? If all you wanted to do is punch your way through Titan, you can do that. That's true, yeah. God, it's the swamp where we fought those 3 damn slimes. Okay. Oh. One slime is in action.
Seems this place has been flooded twice over. Purple flowers blooming next to a waterfall. Shouldn't be too hard to find. Nice try.
See, camera's not being nice.
Here they are. Might as well pick enough for a bunch, I suppose.
Okay, that's cool. Sort of. I replaced Phoenix with that one, and I wasn't sure about it at first, because I've relied on Phoenix a lot to kind of close the distance. But this one, I've gotten used to it a lot more, so I like it. It's a bit weak in some areas, but we can, of course, boost it. I could reset my talents to kind of fit, but
found the flowers you were looking for.
You did?
I think I did.
Oops.
You did indeed. My dear boy, thank you.
You wanted to make Dion a gift of one, did you not? Shall I invite him to join us?
Oh, I don't...
It's no trouble. I'll go and fetch him.
Can't say you didn't. I think I did.
Your Highness, would you do me the honor of accompanying me?
Now. It is time, then.
No, only to the shelves. Our lawsman has something he'd like to give you.
Master Harpocrates. No. I dare not show my face before him. Not after everything I have done. I have taken countless innocent lives. And ruined countless more. All because I was weak. I have sworn to atone for my crimes or die in the attempt. But were I to meet with him again, and see in his eyes what I have become, I fear that my resolve might falter.
Then that is all the more reason to do it. Test your resolve. Prove to yourself, and to him, how strong it truly is.
You are right. I must, at the very least, offer him my gratitude. Very well, then. Take me to him.
Follow me.
Even now, I hesitate to approach him. What must he think of me?
You'd be surprised.
Master Harpocrates, pray, accept my apologies for leaving your tutelage before my studies were complete. Your lessons opened my mind to a world quite unlike the one I had imagined from within the gilded confines of the palace. And I shall be forever grateful for the efforts you made to enlighten me.
Lift up your head, Your Highness. The deeds of youth require no apology. That you took the time to visit me says much about the man you have become. Now, there is something I would like to show you.
It's the head of all your friends.
Is that a wyvern tail? The color is unfamiliar to me.
Because it is unique to those found in the wild. Something in the harsh environments in which they grow lends them this striking hue. Their roots are indistinguishable from those of their hothouse cousins, but once they bloom, the difference is immediately apparent. In this flower, I see you, Your Highness. Its roots were the roots of a wyvern tail, with all that implies. But they do not define it, just as yours do not define you. I want you to have it, that it might remind you of this truth.
Master Harpocrates, I would ask of you a service. Keep your gift until I have fulfilled my duty to the realm, for only then shall I be deserving of it.
As you wish, Your Highness. I shall await your return.
Damn, gonna break an old man's heart like that.
Our roots do not define us. No wonder my stepmother didn't like him. For reuniting me with memories I had thought long lost. I shall not forget this.
Thank you, Clive. Were it not for you, I fear I might never have found the right moment to speak with him. Not to mention the wyvern tales. I shall plant their seeds, that I might not disappoint His Highness upon his return.
I hope the soil in the hideaway is to their liking.
Why, these flowers bloomed in the bleak, black wastes of Waloed. I'm sure Nigel's yard will suit them to a T. When it comes to expressing one's gratitude, I find that words are seldom sufficient. Here.
What's this?
A stolas quill. Or more precisely, my stolas quill. 'Tis said that an owl's feathers are steeped in the wishes it hears over its long lifetime. All those words just waiting to pour out onto the page. So consider this my wish for you. That one day you may put down your sword and pick up that pen.
Well, when that day comes, I'll certainly have a lot to write about. Thank you, Harpocrates. It shall have pride of place in my chamber.
Nice. Tails, that's all you got. Okay, so that's the last missive so far. But there's still plenty of side questing to do. Check out our getting there. Still plenty of blank spots.
Clive. If you're gonna buy something, be quick about it.
So they, well, I was gonna say it's sold out, but I imagine could buy one each time, I guess, maybe. I'm about out of pots.
You're rubbing me blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here. Is that all?
Wait.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there.
I haven't done any selling in quite some time.
I reckon I can find a buyer. I'll be thankful you got that much.
28 goblin coins.
You got out else?
Hey, Horror Pony.
I reckon I can find a buyer. You got out else? Finished, are you?
Right. I saw you, so you're next.
Clive, my boy! Rutherford informs me that we owe you our thanks. Hadn't intended for you to get involved, but such are the times we live in, huh? I would have done the same for anyone else. You're far too modest, Clive. You'd make a terrible nobleman. But tell me, is the realm truly in as dire a state as Rutherford suggests? From what little I saw, you were right to be worried. I suppose I should have expected the worst. But I was rather hoping the great and good of the realm might have things a little more under control. Alas, it seems that firm leadership is in short supply these days, and without it, the people are bound to lose their way. We must move quickly. But where do we start? True, the challenges that face us are many, but in my estimation, there are two key areas to be addressed before any other. The realm's armies and her larders. As you've seen firsthand, it's every man and woman for themselves out there. Certain cities have banded together to try and maintain some semblance of order, yes, but such cases are few and far between. And yet, the only remedy for the chaos that faces us is unity. A unity that transcends even the borders laid down by our ancestors. In short, if Storm does not stand together, she will fall apart. But how would one even begin to unite the realm? The armies, my boy. As I told you already, we begin by restoring order among the ranks of those sworn to maintain it. Sadly, I doubt I could convince even the lowliest gaggle of privates to dig a latrine together. But I do know someone the High Commanders have been known to listen to on occasion. Field Marshal Eugen Havel. I thought he was retired. He was, until an Akashic army tore through Randalar and killed most of the rank and file. There is no man alive more capable. Literally. And as luck would have it, I've already spoken with him on the matter. Of course you have. And he's agreed to help. On one condition. That he first speaks with you personally. Havel has always been a man of frustratingly rigid principle, and he has certain qualms about clasping arms with, well, with an outlaw. I extolled your many virtues as best I could, of course, but the old goat was adamant that he be allowed to appraise you in person. You don't mind, do you, my boy? Of course not. As long as chaos reigns, we will never build a better world. I'll do whatever it takes. And if the Field Marshal wishes to speak with me in person, then so be it.
That's the spirit.
I'll leave for Randalar at once. Would you send a Stolas?
Of course. Rutherford is already in the Dalmekian capital. I'll have him tell Havel to expect you forthwith.
Excellent. Thank you, Uncle.
No, thank you, Clive.
Where are you at? You're clear down there. Okay.
Do you see that too?
You see it from here? What is it? It's looking that way. There it
Make
is.
it stop. Make it stop. I'm scared.
This one. It's over.
You're still alive. You gotta fix that. There we go.
It can't be Rutherford, can it?
Turncoats and cowards, the lot of you! If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall have!
Allow me.
I don't need your...
Please, Field Marshal. Oblige him.
This won't take long.
You're right. It won't. Men, finish him.
Finish me, sir. We've barely gotten. Okay, you can interrupt that. Still, as I was saying, we've barely gotten started.
It's over.
Want to turn his kidneys into paste? There we go. Stretching a high rate. I will do that.
A little longer than I'd have liked. Field Marshal Havel, I presume. Are either of you injured?
No, my lord. You arrived just as our escort turned on us.
Fucking traitors. I'd heard reports of soldiers in the outlying regions abandoning the oaths they swore. But I hadn't thought the corruption had reached so close to the heart of the Republic. It's a fucking disgrace. Your interfering old bastard of an uncle tried to warn me, of course. My lord Marquis. Or is Sid the Outlaw more to your liking?
Call me what you want. It doesn't change who I am, or the urgency of the message I bring. My uncle has a plan to right the realm, and he needs your help to see it through.
Before I agree to anything, I'd have you answer one question. What do you stand to gain from all this?
I won't deny that I might benefit from further chaos. But I seek a new beginning for all of us. And while the choices I've made may not always have been the right ones, I know I made them for the right reasons. For so long, so many of us have been told how we could live, how we could die, when it should have been our decision all along. Now we have a chance to put things right. But in order to take it, we must stand together. Even if it be beside those with whom we don't see eye to eye.
Certainly not the words I expected from an outlaw. But perhaps your uncle was right. You are no ordinary outlaw. I'll never hear the end of this. All right. I'll start by ordering my most trusted guard to bring the Dalmekian fringes under control. Next, I'll make contact with my counterparts in the Imperial Army and see if I can't convince them to try and restore order in their own territory.
Thank you, Field Marshal.
But they are not the only ones we will need to convince.
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals. But those they answer to require a different kind of persuasion. And when it comes to honeyed words, well, we will need an envoy. One who can court even the most stubborn of statesmen. You, perhaps.
I'm flattered. But I'm no diplomat either. And I have other problems to attend to. What we need is a skilled arbitrator. And I may know just the person.
Is that so? And would he happen to be an outlaw too?
Of a different kind, perhaps.
Well, beggars can't be choosers. I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves if we're to make it through this. Very well. Send your man to me right away.
I shall.
My Lord Marquis. Your Lord Uncle bade me escort the Field Marshal to his manor in Port Isolde.
And I will see that my associate joins you there.
Very good, my lord.
An envoy. I'm not sure I'm the man to talk anyone round. I can barely convince my brother to take his medicine. No.
Or eat his carrots.
This is a job for someone with experience. Someone like Quentin. I hope I can convince him at least.
Oh, him.
Quentin, I have a proposal for you.
Do you now? Something tells me you'll be asking more of me than a cask of Gotand gold. Go on then. Propose.
Also, he's just still standing here, not doing anything.
You'd have me convince the chiefs and chamberlains of the realm that they should simply swallow their pride and do the one thing that has proved impossible for thousands of years. Was there anything else? Perhaps I can fetch you a meat pie as well.
I know it's a lot to ask, but I can think of none better suited to the role.
And you'd have me give up what little I have left to do it. I told you, Clive. The people of Lostwing are my family, and I cannot abandon them. You'll have to find someone else.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So am I.
And why might that be?
What he's asking. How's it any different to what you've done so far? They want you to speak for those who can't speak for themselves. That's what you do best. If it's the vineyard you're worried about, we'll see that the grapes are picked and the tons filled. You know we will.
It's not that.
Then what is it? You said yourself we're family. Don't you trust us?
You know that's not what I'm...
Then what are you saying? That only we are worth saving? Why turn your back on everyone else? You convinced us we could build new lives for ourselves, and if you can do that, who's to say you couldn't convince the entire realm?
A stirring argument. I fear that any rejoinder I make might fall somewhat flat by comparison.
So you'll join us?
Where do you need me?
Maybe that guy
Field
needs to
Marshal
do it.
Havel will want to speak with you in person. He's currently in Port Isolde. I can arrange for a party of Cursebreakers to accompany you there.
That would be very much appreciated. I hear the roads are far from safe these days.
Hopefully not for long. My uncle will want to know that his plan is taking shape.
Reckon Master Quentin could argue an egg back up a hen's quim if he set his mind to it.
Any statesmen we speak with are liable to resist our entreaties if they feel that what little power remains to them is at stake. They must be dealt with skillfully. I shall not repeat the errors of my past.
Quentin's gonna build us new Lostwing, and I'm gonna help.
Alright, back to here.
Uncle, I bring good news. The Field Marshal has agreed to your plan.
Ha! Of course he has. I didn't doubt you for a moment, dear boy.
Rutherford is accompanying him back to your manor in Port Isolde as we speak. They will await your return there. As will one other.
One other? Who, exactly?
Lord Havel was concerned that even if he could get the realm's armies to agree to an accord, he might not be as successful in convincing those with political power. He asked if I might have a solution, and I suggested a certain Imperial Lord Magistrate turned Liberator.
One of your co-conspirators?
Master Quentin would probably call me one of his. But yes.
Another outlaw, then. Just the thing we need to put these rotten politicos in their places. Good thinking, Clive.
I'm glad you approve.
The more the merrier, eh?
Uncle, assuming Havel and Quentin can solve our problem with the armies, you still haven't mentioned how we might manage the grain shortages.
Oh, don't you worry, my boy. The 7 high houses will be seeing to that. They have all agreed to make the most generous of donations. Oh, of course, it did take a little persuasion, but luckily I had some unexpected help.
From who?
Why, you, my boy. rumor has it that you rescued the Lady Ariane's head steward Rockford from a horde of bloodthirsty bandits.
It was more of a handful.
Well, the old battle axe was so pleased. She had a shipload of talents delivered to my private docks by the next new moon. And when the other houses saw the parsimonious old crone's purse strings finally loosen, they as good as tripped over themselves in the rush to follow suit.
I'm happy to hear it.
Now, I must be getting back to the manor. Join us there at your earliest convenience, would you?
Of course, Uncle.
Saving up your points.
And how, pray tell, will we get that grain to the capital if the roads are still overrun with Akashic?
You'll find another bloody road. I only have so many men, and I'm not about to send them headlong into an ether flood. That is, unless you'd have them turn as well.
Well, I'd certainly eat less.
Says the man with a belly bigger than a band of curls. My soldiers actually need their rations. Without any food to keep them going, they'll be dead even before you've sent them on your fool's errand.
If I may, gentlemen, perhaps I might suggest an alternative approach. Though supply routes are indeed disrupted, there is no shortage of ships. Indeed, they bob away in every bay from here to Randalar, awaiting a safe haven. Allow them to make port and fill their bellies full of grain. And once those who crowd the cities are fed, ferry the displaced back to the countryside to work the fallow fields. But I'm sure that you wish to continue your discussion. Forgive the interruption. Two such firm friends as yourselves need no help from the likes of me. Rutherford spoke fondly of the great bond between you.
Us? Friends?
I can't stand the man.
Clive, I'm beginning to question the quality of the company you keep.
And what kind of company were you expecting him to keep? The man's a criminal.
Criminal? How dare you? You are not fit to breathe the same air as this fine, upstanding young gentleman.
Upstanding? He calls himself Sid the Bloody Outlaw.
Once more onto the breach.
Shall we begin again? What we seek here is not to create a new nation, nor to claim the thrones of those that already exist. We wish simply to bring stability to the realm that mankind might weather the current storm. And to do that, we must convince those in power, the generals, the statesmen, the nobles, that our cause is just. There will be disagreements, yes. And I imagine some resistance, much resistance. But we cannot let that deter us. If we show them the path, show them that we walk it ourselves, then I am confident they will follow. The fate of the world lies in my nephew's hands, but the well-being of her people lies in ours. And we must not squander the chance that Clive has given us.
Uncle Byron,
Now, with that settled, let's move on to the signing of the Accord. For what great moment in history hasn't been accompanied by a little ceremony? Citizens of Valisthea, I present to you the Triunity. Rutherford, my quill. Well, my boy, the stage is set.
That it is.
This is the role you were born for. Now I ask only that you trust in the talents of your supporting cast. We shall play our parts to the best of our abilities, that you might have the opportunity to shine. The realm needs its Sir Crandall. And there is no better Crandall than you, Clive. I want you to keep this signed accord as proof of our faith in you.
I will. Thank you, Uncle.
That's another thing for the shelves, and one more quest down. Alright, since I spotted you, you're next.
Ah, Clive. Joshua, what's wrong? And don't say nothing.
It's not nothing. I've received word from Cyril. The Undying have found Father's will, or something akin to it.
His will? How? Where?
In the crypt beneath Rosalith Castle. After Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperials, the Undying took the opportunity to recover what relics of the Duchy yet remained. And in the process of doing so, they found a letter from Father.
I'm surprised anything survived down there.
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience. I have been meaning to go, but would you join me?
Of course. I want to know what's in that letter as much as you do.
Very well. I am ready to leave when you are.
Curious about something. Before we go there... Okay, she didn't have anything new. You look like you have something new, though. There's another hunt been added. Yes, there has. There's been another hunt added. Oh, good. Actually, 2 hunts have been... Oh, God. Several hunts. We had 4 when we left off. Now we've got... Now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... It's 7. 7 hunts now. Ugh. There's 2 quests going on at the singular location.
Your Grace, my lord, I trust your journey was not overly onerous.
Cyril, you found a letter from Father?
Yes, I have it here. If you would do us the honor, my lord.
Oh, you're gonna make me read it out loud, you son of a bitch. My beloved sons, I know that I ask much of you in this coming war, but I see no other way to secure a future for our duchy and our family. Yet even should we succeed in subduing the savages and winning back Drake's breath, the threat of the Blight still looms, and only with all Rosarius striving as one might we at last overcome it. I have made plans to see us through, but such are the obstacles that stand in our way. It shall likely fall to you to continue my work. I know that you have the strength, the courage, and the will to do so. This shall be an arduous inheritance, and so I offer you another, that you might be reminded of the love and the faith that I hold for the both of you, your father.
An inheritance?
It would seem the late Archduke penned this missive shortly before his passing.
The day before we left for Phoenix Gate.
What are these plans he spoke of?
His plans for the duchy, Your Grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the former bearer of the Burning Quill, who entrusted them in turn to me. The complete emancipation of bearers is their stated aim. But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken by the curse, and the founding of a new university to further the development of non-magical technologies. With the blight spreading ever more widely across the twins, Archduke Elwyn saw this as the only means of securing Rosaria's survival.
He wished to see men and bearers treated as equals. To see centuries of common wisdom overturned. Small wonder he did not think it achievable within his lifetime.
But he thought it achievable nonetheless. Had he not, he would never have written this message. Nor would he have entrusted his vision to his most faithful aides. Those who would have stood with you, shielded you from the machinations of the less benevolent personages at court.
It's a pity only they are still with us.
'Tis true that those most loyal to your father were the first to suffer the Duchess's wrath. But one at least remains, and she has come bearing gifts.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain, my lord. After all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering His Grace's will and arranging a meeting with the one who might execute it, or a part of it at least.
And where is this woman?
She awaits you in the archive, Your Grace.
Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
You're not looking at me bowing. You're not looking.
My lord, your grace. I hardly recognize you. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield, loyal servant to the Phoenix and his shields. Your father, the Archduke Elwyn, entrusted me with the delivery of a gift. I only hope you can forgive my tardiness in bringing it to you.
Lift up your head, Lady Goditha. You have our gratitude for your service to our house and to our father.
I merely did my duty, as any proud Rosarian would.
My lady, perhaps you could explain a little more? What exactly is the gift you bring?
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented with certain keepsakes upon their coming of age.
Indeed it has. Our father often spoke of the day when our turn would come.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear. Matching armbands for you both. Alas, he did not live. Indeed, he was taken from us even before they could be completed. He had intended to claim the Heartstone with which each armband was to be finished himself, but it was not to be. And his gifts remain incomplete.
I see.
It saddens me to bring them before you, as they are. It was your father's wish that you be presented with the finished articles, not these works in progress. But with his grace long since gone, and the stone left unclaimed, I had little choice. You are grown men now, and his house is yours. And while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his stead, I know that nothing would have pleased him more than for you to do so.
Thank you, Lady Goditha.
What say you, Clive?
What else? Of course, my lady. May our father's will be done.
Oh, I am much obliged.
Do you know where we might find this Heartstone, my lady?
I do. Though it may be a matter of a good deal more than simply happening upon it. It is found in the bellies of elder griffins, you see. We do at least know where to find one.
It's grim.
A certain specimen has made its nest in Titan's Wake, not far from here.
A certain specimen?
You are most perceptive, Your Grace. In answer to your unspoken question, yes. In fact, this is
Griffin's
the very
kidney
same
stone.
beast your father meant to slay. I have been tracking its movements since you were but a boy. Were you to slay it in his stead, as men of House Rosfield, it would surely make your father proud.
What say you, Joshua?
What else? Titan's Wake is to the south of here. But we must not be hasty. The good lady has been disappointed once already.
This way. Oh, this way.
This one. Get him. This one. Almost killed. Sick of it. Nice try. Sick of it. Attack. Go for it. Get him. Sick of it.
This might take a while.
All yours, Torgal. Torgal, kill! This one.
Eyes peeled, Joshua.
Ugh, gross.
There it is. The House Rosfield.
This bird is probably like, who the hell is House Rosfield? Ooh, God.
Over here. Sick of it.
Ow! I feel like you need to do a little more work on this. I feel like I'm doing it all. No, 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 no. Open a little bit more. So fighting in this cave.
Is this the Heartstone?
I expect Lady Goditha will know.
Thank the Founder you were safe. The Griffin is slain then?
And a Heartstone claimed.
Yes. This radiant luster, like frozen flame, is just as your father described it. Thank you, my lord. Your grace. Your father would be so proud.
Lady Goditha, the lapidary is ready.
Thank you, Cyril. I will be with him shortly. If you would excuse me, I shall have the stone cut and set forthwith. The armbands are complete. Pray, take them. They are yours, after all. Heartstone is harder and more enduring than garnet, or even ruby. It symbolizes unwavering will and devotion. And the graven vines encircling the stone represent the unbreakable bonds between you.
It's a message. Father knew we had enemies both inside and outside the duchy. Enemies who would thwart his vision. Only with unwavering devotion would it ever be realized.
And only if we stood together, as Phoenix and Shield, as brothers in arms. Only then might those enemies be overcome.
Indeed. His Grace knew the enormity of the task he would entrust to you, his heirs. But this was more than just a message. It was a promise. That he would always be with you.
Thank you, Lady Goditha, for remaining the steadfast custodian of our father's will.
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother claimed all of the ducal treasures for her own. Even if the armbands were incomplete, she would surely not have overlooked them. So, how were you able to keep them from her?
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant, your father spoke to me of his intentions for the bands, of the deep love he had for both of you, and his hopes for your future. In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her jewelry be sent away from the castle. It was then that I knew she meant to betray us. I tried to warn your father, but it was too late. When word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my time was short. So I took up the armbands and I fled into the night.
And thank the Founder you did.
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. Not knowing what else to do, I followed the Griffin, thinking I might claim the Heartstone on its passing. And so my pursuit continued, until Lord Cyril appeared before me. He informed me that His Grace's will had been recovered, and that his sons were alive and well.
Lady Goditha, on behalf of my father and all the people of Rosaria, I thank you for your loyal service.
As do I.
Thank you, my lord. Your Grace, for coming back to us, for giving my service meaning.
The bands suit you well. It must be gratifying to finally receive the inheritance that was denied you for so long.
It is. And we thank you for the part you played, Cyril.
If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, might I suggest that you make your way to your father's memorial atop Hawk's Cry Cliff? Let him see that you have received his blessing, and that his vision lives on in you.
I suppose it would be churlish not to. What do you say, Clive? Shall we pay Father a visit?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him my thanks before we left for Origin.
Your father's helm is enshrined there. It has been since the day we recovered it from Phoenix Gate. I prithee claim it, for it too is a part of your inheritance, and I do not doubt that your father would prefer it in your hands than perched upon some lonely rock.
Thank you, Cyril. Come on, Clive. He's waiting.
Been here a bunch. Where is it at? Oh, that's what that is. We've seen that one time before, just didn't know what it was.
Do you really think we're strong enough?
Save the world? Of course. We've overcome Father's political enemies. That I'm less certain. Especially knowing what we know now. Father was truly capable of. Perhaps these bands would have helped. He was with us. Would have made all the difference.
Gosh, that one's so much to... Which ones do I always do that? Heaven's Clown, Dancing Steel. These do a lot of damage to begin with. Still might save up for that one. You see? What do you see? I mean, this attack is mainly to fill up that attack. And a little bit of micro crowd control.
This one.
It's just back there. Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me.
What were you, like 8?
No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us as we follow in your footsteps.
We won't lay you down.
Onward then.
Onward. To the end.
And to a new beginning.
See, a video game and a cute horse. Who you watching? Another thing for the shelf. Nice. Joining hands with Joshua. Joshua has joined Clive's party and will remain with him until departing for Origin. Nice. So go back here then. I was gonna say if there was a side quest here, we would go ahead and do it, but. Alright, you. You're next.
Sid, I was wondering if you could help me.
It depends what with.
A bearer, but recently freed from his bonds, is keen to join the Curse Breakers. As you know, the work we do is not easy, which is why we test every volunteer's suitability. I was hoping you could oversee this one's evaluation.
I don't mind, but why this one?
Because he wants to be a scout. Our ranks are filled with men and women capable of breaking chains and putting slavers to the sword. But scouting, we're few with the nose for that, which is why we still rely so heavily on Gav. And since he accompanies you on so many of your missions, I thought you might be better placed to recognize the traits in him that we should look for in those who'd fill his boots.
Sounds reasonable.
So you're happy to oversee the boys' test, then?
One can never have too many scouts.
Truer words, Sid. I'll let the initiate know that you'll be attending his trial, and that he is to proceed directly to Northreach in readiness.
No time like the present, eh?
No time like the present. I'll await you there.
Northreach. I don't suppose they could have chosen somewhere closer.
Now I'm just handling these one by one, but it makes it for a little bit easier to kind of follow the story threads.
Nazaire might at least have mentioned where in Northreach he'd be testing this recruit.
How about right here?
I'm nervous.
Well met, Sid. This is the initiate. Ember, present yourself.
At your service, Master.
Please, just Sid. There are no masters here. Your life is your own.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Sid. The sergeant says you'll be evaluating me at my trial.
To become a scout, yes. You are aware of the dangers inherent in that role.
I am. But I swore I'd face them. Just like the man who saved my life.
And who would that be?
Gav. It was him who found me and freed me. No magic, no support, just one man and his nose. Came and sniffed me out. It taught me what one man can do if he puts his mind to it. And I've been training ever since, so that one day I can be someone's saviour, just like Gav was mine.
I'm sure he'd be flattered. You clearly have good intentions, Ember. And it sounds like you're under no illusions. Stick to this path and you'll make a fine curse breaker.
So, what? Have I passed?
You haven't even started yet. Now listen. Not far from here is an Imperial lookout, Eastwatch. The guards there record all their sightings in a logbook. You are to find it and bring it here.
And bring it here, right. Anything else?
No. Sneaking into a heavily guarded Imperial outpost and stealing the logbook would be quite sufficient. You will need to assess the situation, determine a point of entry, create a distraction and effect an escape, all without being discovered and thrown into an Imperial oubliette.
Ember, Gav isn't our best scout because he can do everything. It's essential that you know your limits.
Know my limits, right. I won't let you down.
This guy's just showing legume.
It shouldn't be as dangerous as I made out.
Yeah.
If you ever are any more the same, would you?
On my way. All right, Ember. Impress me.
This one. Get him.
These are clean kills. Perhaps young Ember really is ready. Or maybe not. Damn it.
Ember, draw your sword.
I can't.
Then run!
If you want him, you'll have to go through me.
Be a wyvern.
This one.
Nailed it.
Ember, are you?
I wet him.
Gone. Of course. Scouts really are a rare breed. Back to Northreach it is then.
What if that happened to be part of his plan? He caused a distraction. Probably, I wonder if he made it back with the book. He caused a distraction and got back. Hey, Wiggaluna.
I didn't expect you back so soon. Where is Ember? How did he fare?
I thought I'd find him with you. He must have fled. I followed him to Eastwatch, where I found him being set upon by a wild Avis. He was just standing there. Didn't even draw his sword. I had to step in and take care of things. But by the time I had, he was nowhere to be seen. I assumed he'd set off in your direction, but apparently not.
I'm sorry, Sid. I knew the boy had a nervous streak, but he seemed like...
The right man for the job? I believe this is the logbook you tasked me with retrieving.
Eh? How did you... Don't you tell me you breached the tower while Sid was busy saving your skin.
What? Wasn't that what you asked me to do? To bring the thing back without getting caught?
He has you then, his heir. And he did it all on his own.
But Sid,
He did what he thought was best. And now I have to decide whether I agree.
Of course. We'll await your evaluation back at the hideaway. Don't you leave my sight.
Yes, Sergeant.
Clever. Have a one yet? No, we're still doing side quests.
This won't be an easy decision.
But side quests with potential spoilers, so be careful.
You should have seen him. The thing didn't stand a...
Welcome back, Sid.
Welcome back, Sid.
Yes. Welcome back. Trip wasn't too much of a pain in the arse, I hope. Truth be told, it was me who suggested roping you in to help with the trial. But from what I hear, things didn't go quite as planned.
No, they most certainly did not.
I would say he was clever in the way he did it.
Ember lost his nerve in the face of a beast of prey, but he didn't lose heart. He pressed on, and he achieved his aim. And is that not what we ask of our scouts?
Indeed it is. Thank you for your honest appraisal, Sid. The fact remains, however, that Ember will not always have a battle-hardened warrior on hand to pluck him from the jaws of peril. All I have gleaned from this trial is that without someone watching his back, Ember is little more than a liability.
Wait, Sergeant. Ember still has much to learn, it's true. And this time he was found wanting. But I'd say he's due a second chance, nonetheless. After all, he did do as you asked.
With a bit of hard work, any hand can be made to hold a blade, and any mind can conquer its fears. But a scout's nose is different. You've either got one, or you ain't. And by sniffing out that log, young Ember here has shown he has a conch and a half. Wouldn't do to waste it now, would it?
Fine. One more chance.
I'll do whatever you ask. I'll spend my days and nights in the pit if I have to. I'll show you. Just you wait.
Daft as a brush, that one. But his heart's in the right place. Just like someone else we know. And if you ask me, we've been leaning on him for far too long. That time the curse breakers took some of the weight off his shoulders, I reckon.
It couldn't hurt.
Just don't tell Gav I said so, will you? I won't have him thinking he's been hard done by. Next thing you know, he'll be asking for a day off. Chance would be a fine thing. Back to work.
Forgive me, Sid. This did not play out as I expected.
Things rarely do these days. But that's why we need men like Ember more than ever. Men who can make the best out of a bad situation. Remember that.
I will, Sid. Thank you.
Oh, there's another one done. Oh, who else then?
You alright?
Something troubling you?
no more than usual. It's just... Etta's baby will be coming soon, and I wanted to make something for it.
I'm sure she'd like that.
Back in the north, families would always make gifts when a bairn was on the way. Yeah, let the little tykes know they were welcome in their new homes, like.
So, what's the problem?
Well, the problem is that Etta's due any day now, and I don't know if I'll be ready in time.
Well, I can stop saving the world to help you.
You know, there just might be.
All right then. What exactly are we making?
A good luck charm. But not just any good luck charm.
Not just any.
No. One made from the feather of a silver chocobo. There's naught lucky in all the realm, or so we used to say back home anyway. Thing is, they're hard to come by. Had Otto and Karen check with their suppliers, but nothing. I'd try and track one down myself, only...
Only the big day is fast approaching. And that's all you need, a feather.
That or the bird whose horse it's attached to, aye. I was gonna start by asking around with traveling traders plying the northern borders.
Well, there's no shortage of those passing through Martha's. I think I might make that my first port of call.
Of course, let's go back.
If I find anything.
Let's go back to Martha's Rest.
Friend Clive, I won't forget this.
I swear we go to Martha's Rest more than we go to the Hideaway.
Let's hope one of the merchants here has what Gav needs. Excuse me. I'm looking for something.
Oh, well, then I'm your man.
A silver chocobo feather.
Oh, or maybe not. Though you're not the first to mention the bird around here. There was a man stopped by the rest not long ago claiming he was attacked by a silver chocobo. Near some gutted hovel not far from Eastpool. Most took him for a braggart and a liar, but who knows? Perhaps there was some truth to his tale.
We'll see. Thank you.
What are you after? That all, is it?
It's because the heavens have gone to rack and ruin.
How do, traveller? You've the look of a man who could do with a new whetstone? Or perhaps a bawdy etching of the Vicereine?
Maybe another time. I'm looking for a silver chocobo feather.
If that's the case, rumours are all you're likely to find. No one has seen a silver chocobo for years. Word is they were all hunted for their feathers. Some northern nonsense about bringing good luck. Didn't bring them much, nor their bows. If any are still out there, I reckon they'll be doing their damnedest not to be discovered.
You're probably right. Thank you anyway.
Well, in that case, if I find one, I'll kill it. You know, for its feathers that come off. And don't harm the bird. But I need that single feather from that living creature. That's very rare and endangered.
Look, Daddy. Shining so brightly.
Can I help you with something?
You wouldn't happen to sell silver chocobo feathers, would you?
I deal in fruit, not fancies. But if it's fancies you're after, I suggest you try Rhiannon's ride.
Was a silver chocobo seen there?
Oh, yes. If you believe the ravings of a madman.
It wouldn't be the first time. A silver chocobo sighted in the hills near Rhiannon Tride. It sounds almost too good to be true. But since I'm already here...
I mean, you know, reminder, Gav couldn't do this because he was worried that the baby was gonna arrive. And so he's doing nothing just in case the baby arrives while he doesn't have the gift he wants to get the baby. I'm not quite sure I understand why he's staying there.
Can hardly make out a blooming thing.
Didn't understand that with at least 4 colorful metaphors. You mean all that swearing we haven't actually been hearing? I think they've heard fuck like twice in the past 2.5 hours.
Over here! This. You're finished.
We're just gonna make sure it's dead. Meanwhile, the Akashic Blossom looking on like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Tracks. They're not left by bandits for a change.
Tracks. I didn't see tracks. Oh, I do see tracks. Go this way. It's a shame none of these are hunts. Make things a little bit easier.
Tracks. And these look fresh. The chocobo was here. And recently. Perhaps it still is.
Oh no, it might be in there making toast.
I don't hear anything.
Oh, it's got a nest.
Well, I'll be damned. It's all right. I'm not going to hurt you. Just borrowing a feather for my friend. Thank you. Let's get this back to Gav before they change their minds.
I was actually worried we were gonna have to kick their asses, and I was like, no!
It was no trouble at... Clave, you're back. How'd you get on? Any luck?
Any luck, you say?
Crystals cracking. Is this what I think it is? Where in the hell did you find it?
It's a long story.
Not actually that long. Couple dudes said they saw one in a house. It was in a house.
Right there on the road to Eastpool. Who'd have thought it?
Everything up there's been abandoned for years. The empty cabin made for the perfect shelter. Though I fear my presence may have forced the poor creatures to look elsewhere.
Don't blame yourself, Clive. The Blight's right on Eastpool's doorstep. They'd have had to move on before long, even if you hadn't have turned up. They'll find a new home. Trust me. After all, that's what us endangered animals do. Anyway, what matters is, you managed to nick us one of their quills before they could run off. And now all that's left is to fix it to the carving.
I didn't know you could carve.
Reckon there's a lot you don't know about me. Like the fact I'm as good with a whittling knife as I am with a sword. And that bone Ember gave me's a dream to work with. What did you say it was from again? An Avis? But it weren't your Avis, Sid. I slew one of my own at last.
So all those long nights in the pit finally bore fruit. I'm proud of you, Ember.
Don't speak too soon. I ain't done my trial yet. There we go. What do you think? I think if you ever hang up your scouting cap, you'll be able to make an honest living. Oh, will I? I should go and see if Ed is awake.
Give it my best.
You can give it to yourself. Come on. I don't want Gav to give up being a scout, honest.
Me lords.
How are you feeling?
Well, thank you. Is something wrong?
Wrong? No, nothing like that. What it is...
Go on, please. It's beautiful. Did you make it?
We did. Aye. It's from all of us here at the Hideaway. Your new family, like. It's a good luck charm. We may come up north when a band's on the way. I mean a baby. To let them know that they're part of the family too. Oh, I hope you like it.
I don't know what to say. I thank you, my lords, for everything.
If there's anything you need, just let us know.
I will.
Clive, fancy a swift off? I'm thirsty.
I could be convinced.
You worked so hard, Gav.
Don't you think you've had enough?
No, we're celebrating. I'm gonna be a father.
I think Edda might have something to say about that.
You know what I mean. Bit of light in these dark times. Wasn't long after me 10th name day.
My mum told us she was with child again. I was over the fucking moon. I was looking forward to having a little one to lord it over. What with me being the runt of the litter. Thought I'd finally have a chance to prove to the world that I could be a big brother. Imperials came the day she went into labour. Had myself a baby sister. And then I didn't. My whole family gone in a blink, while I hid in the cellar like the spineless little arsehole I was. Great brother I turned out to be. I'll never be a leader. And I'll never be a hero. I'm just a daft little dog who comes running when his master calls. I'll never be like you, or Sid, or Jill, or even Torgal.
None of us can be like Torgal.
Have you finished?
Maybe.
Do you know why you're our best scout? Because you don't need anyone to hold your hand. Without your resourcefulness, your courage, your determination, I don't know where we'd be. Maybe hanging off a cliff like,
That was only the once.
Exactly. You learn from it. And here you are, after Founder knows how many missions, stronger for everyone. And let's not forget Rosalith. Who was it who freed me from the dungeon? Who was it who ran to Jill's rescue?
That would be me.
Because you're our brother, Gav. My brother.
Your brother.
Which means that when the time comes,
I get your room. And your sword. I may have had one too many.
you may have had 10 too many.
I said I was thirsty. Better get back to work anyway. After I walk this off. Clive?
What is it?
Thanks for, you know.
I know.
Another one full of shelf.
One of these days. One of these days, I swear it's gonna be me who drinks you under the table.
If by under the table you mean retching on my boots half the night, I reckon one of those days was yesterday.
Ha ha, you think you're so funny. But just wait till we crack open the bottle I left in your chambers. That stuff's strong enough to burn the horns off a behemoth.
Sounds like I'll be needing some new boots.
Do you think they'll come back?
Of course they will.
Oh, who else we got? Hey, Dion. I know it's not a quest, but...
Ifrit?
Your resolve didn't falter.
No. Though I continue to be bewildered by fate. But I should meet with my old tutor here. At the very end of the world. I thank you. With all my heart. For giving me this chance.
And I thank you for taking it.
Should like to look upon that flower once more. When I am worthy. I stand ready to leave for Origin at your word. May Grieger go with us.
And see us safely home.
Seems like they have post-quest stuff to say.
I put Father's helm in your chambers. He should be with you when his vision is finally realized.
Thank you, Joshua. For everything.
Don't mention it.
Alright, looks like you're next.
Sid, do you have a moment?
By all means.
It's my old master. Seems there's no escaping her. She found some way to send me a letter. And something else. Records from a Waluda prison. Seems they were keeping a lot of bearers there.
How did she come by such a thing?
Finding bearers always was her strong point. And it seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of them. Foreign captives, the masterless. Bearers no one would miss. And even better for her, bearers with no one to look after them. When ether started lapping at the walls, the jailers fled.
Leaving the bearers to be liberated by whoever happened to come along next.
Sid, I'd like to believe that I've earned your trust by now. And while I'm well aware that you've forbidden Cursebreakers from traveling to Waloed, I can't let those bearers die in their cells. I'd rather risk shipwreck on the Shadow Coast than leave them to starve.
We'll be needing the Enterprise if we're going to navigate the Narrow.
Does that mean...
I'm making an exception, but we travel together. And we stay no longer than we have to. Ash is an inhospitable place at the best of times. We save as many as we can, and we leave.
Thank you, Sid. There was a name in the prison register. A name from my past. Chadwick. Another of my former master's protégés. A gifted soldier, and the closest thing I had to family. The thought of him held captive in that place.
He must be very important to you.
He was. Is.
Then we find him.
The entrance to the prison lies in the shadow of Ravenwit Walls, just beyond the portcullis. We should head there as quickly as we can. I only pray there are still bearers alive to save.
That's such an
As
inside
do I,
joke.
Doris.
We will get these side quests. Oh, that's that place. Okay.
Doris is waiting for me near Balmung Dark. The longer she's out in the open, the more likely she is to be found by a Kashyyyk. I need to hurry.
Most of them weren't allowed to touch the ground.
All yours, Torgal. Go, Torgal. Sick 'em.
Ready, friends? It wouldn't let me turn the camera.
There were no guards, I take it.
None manning the gates, no. It's a different story inside, though. The corridors are crawling with Akashic. Most likely guards left behind when the wardens ran. If Chadwick was being held here, I worry that he may already be.
Don't give up hope just yet, but let's move quickly. Let me check the ground floor. The ether's thickest there.
Then I'll search the upper level. Good luck, Sid. Stay safe.
Just how bad are the floods inside the walls? Bad enough to turn a bearer? I hope not. We're risking a lot just being here. Better keep my eyes open for signs of life.
Balmung Dark, writ of designation. The Kingdom of Waloed hereby designates this facility a prison for the detainment of bearers both foreign and domestic. The purpose of this facility is to rear and train Akuza beasts for development in the field. The aforementioned purpose is a matter of strictest secrecy, and any mention thereof is to be punishable by death. Captive bearers have been provided solely for the perusal of the aforementioned purpose. Express permission is required for use of bears in any other capacity.
So this place was no ordinary prison, and I doubt they'll have taken the creature with them when they fled.
That explains the big central area. Recommendation concerning Kuza beast deployments. The Kuza has long been recognized as an especially aggressive species. This being the case, it was hoped that successful deployment on the battlefield might be a means of inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy. In exercises conducted thus far, however, the beast has proven incapable of distinguishing between allied and enemy combatants. As such, deployment alongside regular troops is not recommended. It is proposed instead that bearer captives be employed in order to draw enemy focus, and the beast then driven into the fray in order to achieve maximum benefit with minimal loss of Waluda lives.
Minimal loss of Waluda lives. And what happens when they run out of bearers? Even the Imperials take better care of their branded than that.
Memorandum on Kuza beast feeding. Recent supply shortages left us with insufficient resources to feed the Kuza entrusted to our care. Fortunately, the creature was observed to kill and consume the bears assigned to fight beside it in a mock battle conducted as part of its training. The beast was further observed to enter a state of visible contentment upon feeding in this way, suggesting that live bears may even be its preferred source of sustenance. While this behavior is unexpected, it is not unwelcome. Bears no longer of use for training purposes can now be repurposed as required.
They were feeding bears to it. This is even worse than I'd feared. Nothing but a caching down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs. I should go and see how Doris is getting on.
I haven't looked to the other side yet either. Well, I couldn't go this way anyway. Thought that was open. No, guess not. My leg itched.
No lock downstairs. But I did find out that this place was more than just a prison. Something far more sinister was happening here.
I know. I've been reading some of these documents and... it can't be true, can it? Bearers die every day in service of their masters, but this is so much worse. Pitting bearers against a wild beast armed with nothing but their wits? And all in order to bring about more death. And not just those who could fight, but the elderly, children even. And those who wouldn't or couldn't were disposed of. Whatever that means.
I'm afraid it means they were fed to the monstrosity they kept here.
Then we're too late. And I was a fool to bring you here.
Don't say that. Did you find anything else?
A key. But it doesn't fit any of the locks on this floor.
Perhaps it will fit one of the doors downstairs. There's a corridor I haven't searched yet. Finish up here, then come and find me when you're ready.
All right. I'll be there in a moment.
Well, so how come there were Akashic all the way leading here? Did you just not take care of any of them? Now the store's open.
Let's see what we can find down here.
I mean, 100% we're fighting that beast.
A survivor. And she sounds close.
Who are you?
There's no need to be afraid. Are you alone? Are there any other survivors?
Some of the guards. They're still here. But something's wrong with them. Everyone else was eaten by the monster.
Of course there were.
Thank the Founder.
It was worth our coming. But I'd rather we didn't linger. Are you ready?
Ready when you are. You poor thing. He must have been terrified.
Did Chadwick send you?
What?
He fought the monster. Distracted it so I could run away. He must have sent you. He promised to free the others too. Where is he? He opened your cell, didn't he? He wouldn't be here otherwise.
Chadwick.
Was that?
Monster's back! Chadwick, help!
We have to get out of here.
Doris, keep the girl safe.
All right. You put that bearer-eating bastard in the ground.
It's out there waiting for me.
Oh.
I can't let it live. Not if it's got a taste for bearers.
Oh, it's a behemoth. Wonderful. Out there. Am I dumb? Was there another way? How do I get out there? Brothers Grimm back at it again. I mean, I'd have thought this would be the way in, but I guess not. Oh, here. Oh, it's a ranked one as well. No clue if it's not in addition to the board, though.
If it ever leaves the prison. I can't let that happen.
All yours, Torgal! Torgal, kill! Attack! Over here! This one! Get him! This one! Attack!
What the hell move was that? Just went down on its side. Frickin' nice. Anime finish. Yeah, that was a perfect finish. Behemoth shackle and a meteorite.
Finally.
Sid, are you hurt?
I'm fine. I think.
No.
What is it?
It was a first edition.
Diary. I gave it to Chadwick before we went our separate ways. He was here. Do you think that creature?
I'm sure he fought bravely to the last. The girl is safe thanks to him.
Chadwick. You fool.
Come on. We have to get her back to the hideaway.
Oh, I'm still
I
alive.
don't want his sacrifice to have been in vain.
No.
It's very dark in here. You just gotta cut him open.
I'll see that she's looked after from now on.
Don't leave.
It's the least I can do.
Whoa. Are you talking out there?
From what I hear, you've barely left the girl's side in days. I hope she's recovering from her ordeal.
She is. Slowly but surely. She's far tougher than she looks. I thank the flames we found her. If we hadn't...
I know. But we did. I'm sorry we weren't able to save Chadwick.
There's no need to apologize.
I'm still alive.
Without your help, I would never have found out what happened to him. How he fought to the bitter end to save her. To save Haida Marie. That's the man I remember. The man I thought of as a brother.
I wish I could have met him.
She really
I'd like
taught
to
me
hear more
what
about your
friendship could
past.
mean that day.
If you don't mind, that
It
is.
was delicious.
Princess Twilight. Thank you for the follow.
You already met my former master. She trained Chadwick and I to do two things. Kill and obey. We were supposed to be sold to the highest bidder when the time came. But no bid was ever high enough to convince her to part with us. For years we were her daggers in the shadows. But we could never quite shake our doubts about the things she made us do. And then, one day, we just couldn't do them anymore. So we escaped. But staying together was out of the question. They would have found us too easily. After so many years of training, the pull to serve was always strong. It scared me to think he might have taken another master, become a dagger in someone else's hand.
But even in captivity, the battles he fought were his own. And he died not as someone's tool, but as a hero.
Haida Marie is proof of that. Bearers can cast off their shackles. And the curse breakers will show them how. I'll fight until my dying breath to see it done. For Chadwick, and for all of us.
Thank you, Doris. We'll be counting on you.
We got nice. Looks like we passed the threshold.
Ah, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Is everything we've received and everything promised?
Genji gloves.
Here you are.
One more, but it takes 500. 500 more. We get one orchestrine roll, and
Best of luck out there, Sid.
So did that beast count towards one of the defeated? No, you've added one. Dang it. Wait, there's been more that have been added. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's now 8 plus the one we just killed. They're adding more hunts. I've got another one here too. Yeah, we thought there were a lot of side quests, but they're still adding more as we complete side quests. Well, I was told that there are many hours of side quests to do. So we're only missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're only missing 7 more things to go on the shelves there. Concern for Jill. Though her icon brought her much suffering, the loss of Shiva weighs heavy on her heart. And we would be poor friends indeed if we did not seek to enlighten that burden, even but only a fraction before we depart for the skies. I would speak on this more in private.
If Joshua's worried about Jill, I should go and speak with him. Joshua, I read your message. You're right. Jill is different. I don't think I'd realized how different, but since we returned from Drake's spine, I felt it more and more.
I suppose it's not hard to imagine why.
She doesn't think she belongs anymore.
And that's why we need to remind her she is still one of us. And to let her know that we still need her. Now more than ever. That you still need her. But how to do that? When last we were truly close, we were but children.
Of course. Do you remember the time we accompanied Father on his annual tour of the Duchy? And Jill and I broke from the procession to ride up Man's Hill.
To see the snow daisies, I remember. It was the first time Father had allowed us to join him. And when he realized you were missing, he had the entire retinue down to the pot boys combing the countryside.
In the rain. A thunderstorm forced us to take refuge in a grove of oaks before we'd even made it halfway there. It was the Lord Commander who finally found us, and needless to say, he was none too pleased.
Then it seems you and Jill have unfinished business. What do you say?
Man's Hill. It's not that far.
Oh, true. Though I suspect it is also much changed. Little in southern Rosaria remains as it was when we were children.
You're saying I should go and scout the area for bandits?
I'm saying we should first go and see if there are actually still any snow daisies left. What would you do without me, Clive?
Hey, Kenneth. How you doing? Back to Hawkscliff. They seem not alive.
This is the place, but...
I'm sorry, Clive.
There's nowhere been spared. What do we do now?
We keep looking. Man's Hill cannot be the only place where snow daisies grow.
Perhaps, but it's the only place I know of. Knew of.
Then why not ask someone who might know of another?
Someone at the backyard. To the hideaway, then.
We're going back to the hideaway. We just... Good, just laying on the couch. You're back and conscious. Did we win? Still doing side quests.
Let's hope one of the gardeners knows where to find snow daisies.
And they keep adding more. As we complete side quests, more show up.
Say what you will. Lady Karen seems... There should.
Oh. What brings you down from the heavens, Sid?
I need your advice. Joshua and I are looking for a place where snow daisies grow. Preferably in abundance.
Snow daisies. Then you'll want somewhere not too hot and not too cold. And where the winds are strong enough to carry the seeds. I reckon Man's Hill would be a good place to start. There in the Royal Meadows, perhaps? Both have similar climbs and the right elevation. If the Blight hasn't claimed them yet.
Right. Thank you.
Did you learn where we might find our flowers?
The gardener here mentioned the Royal Meadows in Sambrack.
Ah, the fields beyond Northreach. Well, if that's the case, then Yote was right. I recalled that she kept the record of our travels, you see. So I asked her if she'd perhaps noted anywhere that snow daisies grew, and she mentioned Oilerfeist Bay.
Whose shores border the meadows. Off we go then.
You know where the snow daisies grow. Only where the owls hoot. And then I hand them the briefcase, and then they're like, "What? What are you giving me this for?" And I go, "Oh, sorry, wrong person." Be nice, Dave, if it doesn't rain. Oh, what's the rest of that? I can't remember the rest of that one.
The garrison is threatening to pull their sentries from the markets.
The
The way things are going at the garrison.
I got oversaturated on that movie because when they started showing it, they showed it about 1 billion times, and so then when they started showing it, every time it came on, I started avoiding it. If the sun isn't too warm, that was it. Am I going the wrong way? I am going the wrong way.
I would speak with this Duke.
Saw the captain just now.
Yeah, we're gonna use it as a password. As a password something.
Someone's brave.
Yes.
Where do we even start?
Yote mentioned the coastline. We can start there.
Saw you shooting at me over there. Whole 10 gil. Wait. Oh. Can I? Oh. No fall damage. Slay the enemies? Yes.
Flowers. And our friends.
Slaying. Block that. Did.
What do you see, boy?
Everyone likes flowers.
Let's hope this is the last one.
Only one way to find out.
This one.
All yours, Torgal. Over here.
It's like a pattern. Whenever we're fighting this particular creature, about halfway through your fight with it, new enemies approach. It's like specific to this creature. Special, if you could handle maybe the other creatures, I've got this. Never mind, I'll get him. There we go. You'll be so happy when you get to use your computer again. Brought it to your mom's house. Left the power cable. Aw. You can't get a new one? I forget how much they cost these days. I have no idea. Inflation could make them like $600 for all I know. How much could a banana cost these days? $5.
That was harder than I expected. But found her. It was worth it. They're beautiful.
Do you think Jill will like them?
She'll love them. Come on. Let's go.
Nothing will make her feel more part of the group than realizing she missed a big fight, that we didn't include her in a big fight.
It appears my work is done. The rest, as they say, is up to you. Well, you and the skies. We wouldn't want another thunderstorm now, would we?
It's $120? Christ. She's up there. That's insane for a power cable.
Jill. There's something I'd like to show you.
There is? And where might this something be?
It's, not here. Now, I know this is sudden, but how would you fancy a trip to Oriflamme?
It's a 200-watt charger. It's unique to your laptop. Explains it. It's proprietary hardware. Hey, proprietary hardware.
There are so many. This is what you wanted to show me. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. The smile on your face is enough. We've been worried about you. Joshua and I.
That's why I stayed behind.
Do you remember when I took you to Man's Hill? Or tried to?
How could I forget? You saw me crying and thought a change of scenery might lift my spirits. In the end, it earned me a nasty cough and a stern scolding from your mother. But I felt wonderful nonetheless.
I'm sorry. I had no idea what I was getting us both into. But I couldn't bear to see you like that.
Before we left, my chambermaid told me she'd overheard your mother talking about my marriage prospects with some of the noblewomen at court. They were debating whether it would be more profitable to marry me off to one of the high houses instead of saving me for the ducal line. No one thought to ask me what I wanted. I was nothing to them. A pawn at best. I felt so trapped. So lonely.
I didn't know.
But I wasn't alone. You were there. Your hand in mine as we ran for those oaks. And I knew then, no matter what happened, I would be all right. I'll never forget that feeling. Before we broke camp, the morning after the storm, do you know what I did?
No? What?
I slipped away from my governess to climb the tor. And from there I saw a sea of petals, all reaching for the sun. And I realized that no matter how terrible the night, dawn would always come. That you would always come for me. And you have. Again and again.
Where do you see us? When all this is over?
I don't know. Not here, though. I think I've outgrown the twins. After everything we've been through, the realm just seems so small. I'll need some space to spread my wings.
Then that's what you'll have. And I'll stop at nothing to see that you do.
I never was much good at garlands, but it'll have to do.
I'll treasure it forever.
Well, till it
Thank you, Clive.
dries out.
For this, the flowers, for everything. It's exactly what I needed. You are my treasure.
Let them kiss.
We should probably be getting back. I expect the others are wondering where we are.
You're right. There's still much to do.
And we'll do it together.
In this field. Joining hands with Jill. Jill has joined Clive's party and will remain until parting for Origin. Okay, so here's the weird thing. Is she going to be able to cast ice? Because she's done it once before, and it's like... she shouldn't be able to do that now? Because that was the whole thing with Benedicta. She was very upset that she couldn't cast magic anymore. They could still prime, but they lose control when they do. It's not that she can't. Because I thought that was like how Shamprovin's performing. It's much weaker now, and Clive's kind of yoinked it from Benedicta. I suppose so. I never quite... I guess maybe? Well, since that quest is now done... we'll actually just head straight over here since this is another side quest. Let's see though. I mean... sadly enough though, like... well, I say sadly enough, it's not specific on her, it's more... boy, this must be awkward. Me doing that. Your companions aren't all that powerful. I mean, you notice when they're not there, and you notice when they are there. Because it is a small percentage more. It's entirely worth it to have them with you, but it's just always that scale difference. Sure, everything we find have a happy ending.
What say you then?
Where everyone gets married.
Will you stand with me against my father?
Dorgal, do a flip.
It's not only control of the garrison.
Still got quests back at the hideaway, but since we're here, we'll hit this one up.
Do you have a moment, Clive?
What is it?
It's the Duke, unsurprisingly. His Eminence has assumed full control of the garrison and put every able-bodied man to work on the fortifications. The town was left all but unguarded, so Philippe was compelled to form a citizens' watch to fill the void. And though my dear boys have been characteristically willing to assist him in this, they want for bodies. So I was wondering if you would lend them your strength, that the people of Northreach might sleep easier, if only for a few nights.
Of course. Whatever you need.
Thank you, Clive. What would I do without you? Philippe told me he had men stationed at...
Where can I find the mistress of this establishment?
Here, my lady. To
Are you-
whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
Are you
My
wearing
name is
Tataru's outfit?
And it is my displeasure to be the daughter of the Duke of Oriflamme, who I understand is causing you and your town no small amount of trouble. I wish to speak to you about what might be done.
Very well. Let us speak. I trust you'll forgive me, Clive.
Absolutely. Our conversation can wait.
Please, proceed.
As you know, my father is a most overbearing and supercilious man, and I join you in objecting to his every action. Indeed, I owe you my thanks for continuing to argue against his reckless plans. Yet I
From the
fear
top, her
he is
from the
not one
top,
to
her
be
outfit
swayed by
looked like a
reason.
hat Tataru often wore, but
No.
from this angle it doesn't.
He must be made to face the consequences of his actions.
And who would make him do this?
I would. Myself and several other like-minded individuals. Were you to join us, we would surely have the strength to drive him from Northreach for good.
Does that not seem a trifle... drastic?
Drastic action is precisely what is called for. Unless you are content to see your people downtrodden and dispossessed. My father would have it that citizens exist only to serve the Empire. That they should be forced to make every sacrifice to ensure her revival. But he is wrong. It is not the people who must serve the Empire, but the Empire who must serve her people. He's always been like this. Scornful of the opinions of anyone he judged beneath him. But he cannot be allowed to ride roughshod over the common folk any longer. We must fight him by all possible means.
Fight him? No. My purpose is to quell the tension in Northreach, not to stoke it. Respectfully, my lady. Our only chance of saving this town depends upon every one of us uniting against our common enemy. Your father and his followers included. While I understand your frustrations, I cling to the hope that he may yet be won round.
False hope, I assure you. But I see that your mind is made up. I shall bother you no longer. If you will extend me the same courtesy, I bid you good day.
She certainly has spirit.
Indeed. But unfortunately for us, that spirit is only likely to harden the Duke's resolve, which may be enough to seal the fate of this town. Not that she cares. This is all about her and her father.
Families.
I'm sorry, where were we? Ah, yes. I was about to tell you of Philippe's plans for the town watch, but perhaps it's better that you heard them from him. I believe he's in the market, if you'd be so kind as to seek him out.
Right away.
Super serious.
It's just a pity I cannot
serious
join you.
Take like this, but for Dragon Ball
I'd
Z.
like to see the two of you in action together.
Because it'd be funny. Clive begrudgingly accepts quest. Clive takes quest and shows he takes them to heart when deserved. Yeah, Totoro had better trip. It was just the angle, like when you came down from the top of her head, I saw like that color of the hat and I saw the feather and I just immediately thought Totoro. And then when we got to the lower angle, I was like, no, that's not Totoro. Totoro is indeed the most terrifying Final Fantasy character. She tracked down a man who's a literal elder worm powering him. It made him work for her. Exactly. Totoro is not to be trifled with.
Your town needs you. Saw the captain just now.
I would speak with this Duke.
What does the dame have to say about
So you are content to abandon the people to their... Please, I beseech you. If you are a true son of Northreach, you must fight to defend your home.
That's exactly what I am doing, milady. Or trying to, at least. The land is crawling with fiends, and someone has to keep watch.
Even when our true enemy is hiding in the garrison? Fine. You're not the only able-bodied man in Northreach. Thank you so much for your help.
She cornered you too, then?
Could hardly get a word in edgeways. Like father, like daughter, eh?
She made an uninvited appearance at the Vale earlier, hoping to convince the Dame to join her in fomenting rebellion.
I bet that went well. Her ladyship seems to have a way with people. Anyway, what brings you here?
Our mutual friend thought you might welcome some help.
Oh, she did she? Right as always. In fact, you're just the man. We've had some reports, you see. Sightings of, you know what.
They're back.
Seems that way. All over, too. We haven't been able to confirm anything yet, but if you're willing, you could go and see what's what.
Right. Where should I look?
You know Grieger's Weep? One of the sightings places them somewhere on its shores.
I'm on my way.
Thank you, Clive. I'll look into one of the other sightings. Let's rendezvous back here later.
Just master of the most powerful weapon in Eorzea, capitalism. Still tired. Something's up here. Aside from Sabina being really bad at whatever she's trying to do. She's mainly just got a grudge against her dad. Also, wait. What? Josh was supposed to be with us as well.
Damn it. The reports were true. I need to stop them before they get to the town.
Enough. All yours, Torgal. Now, Torgal. Get him.
Mind your business. I was fighting this guy. Love that sound effect of him popping around. Love that, just that sound.
Over here! Go, Tor! Get him!
Call that a test, Ultima?
Clive, it's me. You all right?
I am. But it seems the reports were true. The thralls have returned. I dispatched the few that I found, though.
Well, that's something, I suppose. But what were they doing south of town? They all came from the north last time. We might be able to fend off an attack from one side or the other, but from both?
Do you have eyes in the north?
Some. I should probably go and have a look, though, just to be sure. You head back to Northreach. I want you there just in case war breaks out while I'm away.
What do you mean?
Her ladyship's been busy working her magic on the townspeople. Stirring up ill feeling towards her father. But she'll have her marching on the barracks if we're not careful.
What? This is exactly what the Dane was afraid of. I'll do what I can to calm things down. Be careful out there, all right?
Don't worry, I'm not like you. One sniff of those things and I'm running back to town screaming blue murder.
Do you not see, Father? The people of Northreach have given enough, and only a fool would ask for more.
Listen to me, Sabine. Where would our people be without their country, hmm? The Empire is their sword and their shield. It is she that ensures they can live without fear. And now she teeters on the brink. Without their sword, how will the people fight? Without their shield, how will they protect their kin? Can the unarmed stand against the advancing hordes? No. But there is yet hope. A new shield, a new sword.
Why are we here?
New empire. We can rebuild Sandbreck, just as Great Grieger wills it.
Perhaps we could, Father. But we don't want to. Not if it is built on the broken backs of the people.
Please, let us not quarrel in the street. You must see that no good will come of this. Our fight is not with each other, but with the threat that draws ever closer to our gates. A threat that your sword has yet to rid us of, Your Eminence.
You will hold your tongue, whore.
Ooh.
You may have filled my daughter's head with your heresy, but I will not be corrupted.
Corrupted? Your daughter's opinions are her own, as you would know if you had ever deigned to listen to her. At least I hope they are your opinions, and not posturing born of a family feud. Northreach deserves better than that.
Northreach deserves better than you, Carla.
Alright, we kill him.
I know who you are. The slut of Twinside who bedded a Brandit.
Jealous, are you? That a woman might choose a bearer over a pious man of Grieger.
Clive! I met a swarm of thralls coming south from Oriflamme. Hundreds of them. Too many to count.
No. Work on the fortifications has scarcely begun. We will retreat to Caer Norvent and there make our stand. Did you hear me? That was an order.
While this is but a heartfelt plea, let us make our stand here and protect our homes. Protect those that we love. Together, for Northreach!
You heard the dame. What are we waiting for? Pikemen to the gates. Archers to the roofs. Quickly, come on!
But she is but a common...
whore, yes. And we'd follow her to the gates of hell. The men have their orders, and they look like following them. I got them spaced out at regular intervals. Whichever direction the thralls strike from, there'll be someone there to meet them.
Thank you, Philippe. Rest assured the people will play their part. The herbalist has donated her stock of medicines to me. Should any of your men be injured, take them to the Vale. We'll see to them there.
Thank you, milady. I will.
I'll play my part too. You still want for numbers. Unlike the enemy. I only hope I can go some way to evening the odds. Philippe, can I leave the south in your hands? I doubt the thralls by the lake were the last of their number.
Of course. I'll lead a party down that way so we don't get taken by surprise. What about you?
I'll make my way up the road to Oriflamme. I fought a few of these things. And while I can't promise to hold them all back, I should be able to thin the herd.
All right. But take care.
Thank you. Both of you.
You can thank us when it's over.
Till then, madame.
When the fighting begins,
She did have a hell of a burn, though. Well, yeah. I had sex with a bear over you. Well, why did the music change? The music was perfect.
This is more like it. Come on then. Test me.
Cool.
This one. It's over. Torgal, kill.
Is it over?
No. It's only just begun.
That one. Oh, not that one. Okay, I guess we're focusing on not the big guy. There we go. Okay, apparently I cannot dodge that one.
All yours, Torgal. This one. Now, Torgal. Attack.
They're doing that thing where they catch me in an animation pause. Which I know Odin has a move where you can break out of that, but...
That looks to be the last of them. I wonder how the others fared. Better hurry back to town. Come on, Torgal.
Jill, in your own time.
Clive, it's good to see you.
And you. The road to Oriflamme is clear. How did you and your men fare?
Well, we ended up fighting for our lives down by the lake. Took a few nicks, but nothing the girls of the Vale can't put right.
Glad to hear it.
Well, it seems we've survived. For the time being, at least. I thank you both for answering the call.
You were right. And I was wrong. About everything. I had thought that the only way to unite the people was under the banner of Empire. That without a strong hand to guide them, they would drift apart. To be borne hither and yon by the eddying currents of fate. But you brought them together. Not by force, nor by the exercise of goddess-given authority, by simply being one of them. By knowing what they feel, because you feel it yourself.
Our purpose was ever the same, Your Eminence. You were merely distracted by a loftier vision of empire and glory, while our eyes beheld matters closer to home.
You have the right of it again. As did you, Sabine. His Radiance said it himself. Sanbreque is naught without her citizens. I forgot that. And I am sorry.
I'm sorry too, Father. I should never have taken things so far. I only wanted you to understand how the people felt. How I felt. But my anger got the better of me.
Do not blame yourself, my dear. This was my doing. I should have listened to you. To all of you.
Your Eminence, your Ladyship, I do not doubt that you came here with the best of intentions. But I believe the same could be said of us all. We all want safety, security, prosperity. Not just for Northreach, but for the entire realm. And we may yet achieve it. If only we work together. Will you join us in this?
Yes. We shall.
Thank you, Your Eminence. Now that that is settled, I must go and see to the wounded. The Vale's doors are always open to any soldier in need of relief. And today there are more than ever before.
Madame Isabel is a rare soul indeed. In these dark times, I see that it is not men like me who should lead the realm, but women like her.
You're right. If only I'd listened to her when I had the chance.
Forgive me for saying so, milady, but you still do. The Dame said it herself. We can turn things around. We just have to work together. And that goes for you, too. You're one of us now.
One of you?
Well said, Captain. Let this be a new beginning. Not only for Sanbreque, but for us.
Well, since there's nothing more to be done here, I should see if Isabel needs any help moving the wounded.
Can we get you anything?
There's no need to worry any longer.
I saw several soldiers being carried to the Vale.
How goes the treatment of the wounded? I'd be happy to man one end of a stretcher if it would help.
You've helped quite enough for one day, Clive. Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Oh, but I must. After all you've done for this town.
It's a shame we never
It's
get
the
to see
very
inside
least
the
you
building.
deserve.
Tell me, if Northreach had fallen, what would you have done? A woman of your means could find a home anywhere in the realm, but I sense you would rather have died here.
It's a long story.
For you, madame, I have all the time in the world.
Very well. Long ago, I had a life in the crystalline dominion.
Do not need
I
to
was
get to
Carla
the
then,
romance.
courtesan to the nobility. So sought after was I that it was only they who could afford my time. Alas, those halcyon days were not to last. For naive as I was, I fell in love with a bearer. He was my master's guard, the gentlest man I have ever known. After they discovered us together, he was whipped bloody and forbidden from ever looking at me again. And so we fled. Not that we had anywhere to flee to. We wandered, aimless and starving, half dreading, half praying that the next day would be our last. Until we found ourselves here, in Northreach. It was the veil that took us in, that fed us, clothed us, and healed our hurts. Those that could be healed, at least. My love was already too far gone.
He passed away.
He did. Not long after we arrived. But at least we were able to share a few moments of peace before the end. It was the greatest gift I have ever received. But the generosity of this town and her people did not end there. The men and women of the Vale supported me through my grief. Shared in it, though I was still a stranger to them. They treated me like a sister. And so I swore that I would always do the same. That I would return the kindness that Northreach showed me. That I would repay my debt to the Vale.
Thank you, Isabel, for sharing this with me.
You're a lot like him, you know. Perhaps that is why I have such a soft spot for you. Never stop fighting, Clive. And I shan't either. I know that it will not be easy to keep Northreach together. But our efforts will be rewarded. Just look at us now. The people, the soldiers, even the Duke of Oriflamme and his daughter. All united in defense of this town that we have come to call our home. And what of you? Can we count on your support too?
Always.
Ooh, we got another orichalcum. That's good.
We have brought Northreach together. Now the fight begins to keep her together. For if this town is to survive, we must all play our part. Including you, Clive.
Jill just standing back there. Hey! Hey! Party makeup has changed. Another missive. It's not a quest missive, okay.
What will it be today? Truth is but a matter of belief.
Oh, I forgot.
Alas.
They don't read these out. They say like the first word sometimes.
Godspeed.
What, again? Is there another one? Tell me you didn't add another. You added 2 more. Oh my god. For fuck's sake. When we started today, there were only 4 left. Killing me. You're killing me.
What do you think happened to Miss Mid?
Sid, you have to help us.
With what? You didn't take apart another of Mid's contraptions, did you?
No. Well, yes. But that's not what we want to talk to you about.
It's Miss Mididol. She's been acting strange. Very strange. She's barely ever around.
When she is, she acts like we aren't even there. Her head's in a crowd.
In the clouds.
That's what I said. In the clouds.
Well, she does have a lot on her mind. When did you last see her?
Not long ago. Right after she got back from saving you from Stoneir.
Then it's probably just about the Enterprise. It did take quite a battering on the way there and back.
You didn't break it, did you, Sid? You really should be more careful around Miss Mididol's inventions. Don't listen to her. Even if you did break the Enterprise, you could put it back together, couldn't you?
But who's gonna put Miss Mididol back together? She seems really sad.
Why don't I go and see if I can cheer her up?
You do that? For us? She's in her dungeon.
Don't scare him. It's not a real dungeon.
Thanks for the warning.
I mean, it's been called her dungeon ever since she arrived.
Mid, if you have a...
That's it! I knew it! The answer was right here under my arse all along! If this doesn't steer to the skies, nothing will!
To the skies? You aren't trying to give the Enterprise wings, are you?
What else would I be doing?
The children seem to think you're avoiding them. They're worried about you. Is this really so important that you need to shut yourself away from everyone?
The Enterprise is already the fastest ship in the realm, and that's with the sea beneath her. But what if she weren't bound to the waves? What if she weren't bound to anything at all? It's not fair. The gods get the skies all to themselves, so I'm gonna do something about it. The Fallen had their chance, but they relied too much on magic. And see where that got them? But not me. I've discovered how to do it without. Well, almost. First I need to make a prototype.
And is that a one-woman job?
Are you volunteering? I'll have you know the Enterprise is my baby. But if her godfather's offering to lend a hand, I'd be happy to take it.
It's gonna get upgraded and called the
First, I'll need
Excelsior,
oil,
isn't it?
And not just some old drippings from Miss Molly's spits in the tub and crown. Refined stuff, like they make in Ordil. Then I'll need some bone, or shell. Light, strong, preferably no longer attached to the beast it belongs to.
If it's beast bones you're after, I'm sure the curse breakers will know where you might find some.
No, they'll know where you might find some. You're the one who offered to help, remember?
I should speak with one of the curse breakers before I set off for Old Hill. See if I can't find this bone while I'm there as well.
Has Mididol mentioned a new project?
All right, Sid. Come to buy us around, have you?
Only if you earn it. Mid needs a piece of light but durable bone for her next project.
4.5 hours we've been
You've
doing
encountered
side
your share of
quests.
beasts on your travels across the realm. Any ideas?
Most bones are the same. Whack 'em hard enough and they'll break. If it's durability you're looking for, shell will serve you better. You know what an adamantus is?
I do. And I know to give them a wide berth. Will any old adamantus do?
Well, with shells, the older the harder. There's a rumor of an ancient adamantus down in Carava.
Alright, let's kill it.
Or what's left of the village anyway. But don't expect to make quick work of the bastard. There's a reason it's lived as long as it has.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
This guy's like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck.
It's oil. After what happened here, it's a miracle there was any left at all. This should be enough.
Where do I go from here? This way. Oh, it's down there. Okay. Supposedly there's still a hunt out in that area we haven't found, but I'm still not sure where it is because it always says it's in the sickle, and we ran all along that area.
Father, if you were a tortoise, Torgal, where would you hide?
We never found it. That might be it.
It looks like we found him.
Go, Torgal! Get him!
Bang!
All yours, Torgal.
Hello, hello. In the middle of fighting on big adamantoids. How you doing? How was your stream? Give it the mangoes. I don't have. I'm all out of mangoes. Sorry, I'm like half focused on this fight. How would it go? Ow, ow, ow. Try to punch it in the butt. It doesn't work. Ow, 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 ow. Ow. I've almost defeated this thing. Blah. Dead. It's not dead.
Too slow.
Quit hitting its shell. Ow! Oh.
Over here.
Ow! I dodged. There we go. Oh, I see you're playing Are you playing hardcore Minecraft? Oh, catch up on chat here. Well, how's everyone doing? Ugh. You didn't come with the raid for some reason? Oh dear. No, the apples aren't ready yet. The apples are almost in season. And a Fimsh. I will eat the Fimsh because I eat Fimsh. Just a power 4 Unbreaking 3 Infinity bow. Oh, that is nice. And 19 diamonds. Extra nice. What you gonna make with those diamonds? Hey, Arknight.
I better get these materials to Mid so she can finish her prototype.
We're nearing the end of this game, but we're like doing the million side quests that are popping up. In fact, I have been doing side quests for 4.5 hours. There have never been so many side quests in this game until now. And they keep adding hunts to the hunt board too, which I'm gonna have to deal with. Also, what do you find when you look for other things like materials to make a zombie spawner, to an XP farm, a skeleton spawner? I think aren't skeletons higher experience? I think they are, aren't they?
Mid, tell me this is all you need.
You make it sound like I asked you to save the
A
world
bit
or
on a
something.
Minecraft blah
Tell
blah
me
blah
this is
blah.
all you need.
It's most of what I need. After you left, I went over the figures again, and I realised I'd forgotten a 1 and a 0.
And
I've been on a bit of a Minecraft kick lately myself.
Just a tiny one. Though, that's the problem. Gears that small are a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one Blackthorn spent a fortnight toiling over.
wait. The children. When they took apart your scales, there was a tiny brass gear. Now that I think about it, they didn't use it when we put the scales back together.
The young'uns? But why would the... You know what? I don't want to know. I'll keep working on the model. You go and find that cog.
Wish you found the spawner before making the XP farm. Well, now you can have 2.
Has Midadol mentioned a new
Because now you can have what? Now you have a choice because you can be like, you know, this is an XP spawner, but we like to go to the one across the street. That's the good XP spawner.
Sid, is Mid still hiding from us?
She wasn't hiding. She's fine. She's just busy working on her next project.
A new invention? What is it? What is it? Is it an airship? I bet it's an airship!
Do you think she'll let us help?
That just so happens to be why I'm here. She needs something special, something only you 3 can provide. A brass gear. A tiny one. One that might fit on, say, a set of scales?
Oh, the one you forgot! We remember!
We saved it, just in case. It's in the bag of bits.
Since your lesson, we've been disassembling, then reassembling everything we can find.
All the pieces that are left over, we keep under
Wait.
our beds, just in case.
Wait.
That's good to know.
Look,
I hope it's IKEA furniture.
I found it. Is that all? Just the gear? We have more parts if Mid needs them.
That's all for now. But I'll let Mid know about your hoard. Just in case.
Thanks, Sid.
Still paranoid there's an ancient city below your mountain? Ugh. I think I did that once. Yeah, I had the deep dark under my base.
Well, did they have it?
They did. And they kept it somewhere nice and safe. Will it work?
Will it work? He's perfect! You're a genius, Clive.
What exactly are you going to use it for?
Only the most important job of all. The wings aren't going to move on their own, but with the right cog in the right place, well, you just wait and see.
You see how long her braid is? You know, braided hair is shorter than when it's unbraided. Her hair has to touch the floor.
That should do it.
Oh my god, it is a classic airship. Are you kidding me?
Here goes nothing. Titan's tits.
That's not a visual I want.
Wasn't supposed to fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly. Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't. Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad. I was so sure this would be the day she soared. The mithril engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without. Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other. People will lose their homes, children, their mums and their dads. Like I lost mine.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Clive. So am I. Sorry that I have to choose. Do I follow my head, or do I follow my heart?
Good question. The first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying. But imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave. And he were right. Right about a lot of things. Not that I like to admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this. Right. When this is over, I'm gonna take all my mithril engines to Zemeckis and sling them over the edge. I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
But all that hard work...
All that hard work will not be used for war, Jamie. But it ain't like it'll be gone. Tell me, Clive, have you ever been on a treasure hunt?
Not since Joshua and I were boys. Why do you ask?
I feel like that's all we do are treasure
I'm
hunts.
gonna bury the engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them. A really hard one, so that only the most dedicated dreamers will ever be able to work it out. Ooh, I can picture it now. Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug. Like that one, yeah.
Right.
I wonder if it's like referencing another Final Fantasy, because that looks like one of the classic airships.
Of course, if I'm putting this engine at the end of a treasure hunt, I'll still need to make it a treasure worth hunting for. Won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat fly after all. My dad always said, dream big. But it ain't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive? Only that
Sorry, keep
it's a
moving
good
my mic.
one. And I reckon I've got a fair few good uns left in me.
I'm sure you do.
I was really kind of hoping we'd get an airship.
What shall I do with your model? You spent a lot of time on it. We both did.
What, that old thing? Not healthy to cling to your failures, Clive. They'll weigh you down, you know.
Sound advice.
Still, I suppose my prototypes will probably be worth a fair bit when I'm as famous as Bart's the Builder. Seeing as you're always strapped for coin, suppose I can give it to you. Just make sure you get a good price when you do come to part with it.
I'd say that was up to you as much as me.
Please, is that lease or not? Mean mid? You mean the voice? I feel like if it was, I would have heard about it by now. I mean, there was a Stinian's voice. He had a brief voice moment in this. And I'm still not unconvinced, Oh, for fuck's sake. Every time I try to recall a name, I always forget it immediately. Oh, for fuck's sake, the Asian guy. Why does my brain do this these days? I try to remember a name that I always know, and then it just fucking vanishes. Emmett Selk, that's the one. I swear his voice was in this. I don't know if it was, but I swear it was. Oh, the next place is upstairs up here. But yeah, Stinian's was confirmed to be in this.
I will not let them be forgotten. Sid, may I have a moment?
Of course.
It is an honor to finally speak with you. My name is Herman. I've been with the Cursebreakers for some time now, and I wish to be deployed to Ash. Any assignment will do.
No. The lands across the Narrow are too dangerous. I will not send good men and women to risk their lives needlessly. Why would you want to go back?
I need to retrieve something. Something important. I was raised in an orphanage. The Badbach Conservatory. Or rather, I was held captive there. It was not a place of nurture. It existed solely to turn bearer children into mindless weapons. We were tortured until we feared no pain. Tormented until our hearts turned to stone. And few ever survived long enough to become tools of the last king.
I can't imagine.
I lost so many.
I heard bad back.
I can't even remember all their names. But they must be remembered. They cannot fade away, faceless and forgotten. The Institute was run with military precision. Every child measured, every name recorded, every death logged with meticulous care. Cid, allow me to travel to Ash and recover the registry so that my brothers and sisters might live on.
No, I'll go.
You were a good friend, Herman. But the fact remains that Ash is simply too dangerous.
Cid, please. Even should it cost me my life.
Too dangerous for you, Herman. But not for me. I'll go to Bad Bach and find the registry.
You will?
I won't let you risk your life.
I don't know how to thank you.
You can start by telling me where I'll find this orphanage.
Vie de Grace. Hidden in a forest, overlooking the plains.
All right. I'll see what I can find there.
May the mothers guide you.
Questioning if you're a mark. So you're not immediately tagging? I think you are. You are. Oh good, rank S. Let's fucking go! Whoa, we're gonna do this, huh? Okay. Playing Final Fantasy 14. Shit! Did not mean to hit that like twice.
This one. Get him.
Burned like 3 high potions. A stagger. There we go. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
This one. Get him. This one.
Fuck me.
Too slow.
Ouch.
Go, Torgal.
Fuck.
Over here. Attack. Over here. Now, Torgal.
This again.
Nice try.
For fuck's sake.
All yours, Torgal. This one. Sick 'em. Fool.
Fuck you. Ugh. Another orc, Halco, nice.
No match for you, eh, Torgal?
Oh God. That one was crazy. Well, at least that's another notorious mark off my list.
This must be the orphanage. Hopefully the registry is still here.
Oh, there was a road. Writ of incorporation. The Kingdom of Olud hereby incorporates this institution wherein juvenile bearers are to be granted the opportunity to give themselves in service to the state of as soldiers. Trainees succumbing to the crystal's curse or otherwise perishing are to be disposed of with all haste. The graveyard is strictly reserved for the uncursed. Bear disposal within its bounds is punishable by death. Jesus Christ.
Disposed of.
Conditioning schedule. The press yard, 20 sandbags for each duration as instructor shall dictate. The furnace. Burn intensity be gradually increased. Live combat. 1 to 3 hellhounds depending on performance.
Conditioning.
Ow.
This is nothing short of torture. Herman wasn't exaggerating. It's a wonder he survived this place. I need to find that registry.
It literally is in here. Well, I looked in 3 obvious places. Oh, here. Recently learned that my own daughter was among the children turned to stone by the brutal training I subjected them to. I had not so much thought of her since handing her over to the authorities as a babe, but inquiries with the military confirmed it. It was her. I had been torturing my own flesh and blood, and now I see her everywhere. Today, one of the children smiled at me in the hope of receiving a few scraps from my table. It was her smile. The smile she inherited from her mother, the mother I killed for giving birth to a bear. Their ghosts have all come back to haunt me. My daughters, my wife's, all of them. All those children. So many have died at my hands. I can bear the guilt no longer, and so I've decided tomorrow I too must die. It will be the last order I give those poor wretches, the last torment I subject them to. I will command them to tear me limb from limb and inter my accursed corpse beneath the white tree whose crooked hands reach the sky in supplication, and beside me my shame, my curse, the record of their names, all those I have wronged.
This reads like a suicide note. Did the director go through with his plan?
It literally is a suicide note, Clive. Don't be an idiot.
forked white tree. This must be the place. Could he really be buried here? There's something hidden among the roots. Let's see. This must be the registry.
Scum conditioning, lithification, emaciation, discipline for attempted flight. Wow.
So many names. This place was a slaughterhouse. But where is the architect of all this misery? It was only a matter of time, I suppose. This place is cursed. Kill!
Really hard to dodge him when I've got headstones in my way. And he hasn't figured out who killed Joshua yet. I suppose that joke is still warranted. There we go. Oh, that gurgle. That gurgle.
I'm done here. Let's get the registry back to Herman.
Can we search the big building? High potion. I don't think that works on a grave. Don't think that works, except God is. You have no idea what the plot is. Yeah, see, who killed? It's not. It's no longer who killed Joshua. It's who's killing Joshua. See, everyone stops to ask who killed Joshua, but no one stops to ask who's killing Joshua. remember where that was. I was trying to think the path led me up there. I mean, we've only been coming back here for like 30 hours and I still somehow manage to get lost sometimes.
Do you think Sid will tell us about his adventures in Ash?
I hear that you traveled to Ash. Sid, did you by any chance recover the names of my fallen
Also fought a fucking behemoth.
Yes.
If I may? The bearer registry. The director was a brutal man. He got no worse than he deserved.
The registry was all I found beneath the tree. There was no sign of a body. Or any record of what happened to the children after the orphanage closed.
I pray that at least some of them survived. All their names are here. The ones we lost. My friends. My light in those dark times. I can still remember their faces, like it was yesterday. Children who were taken from their bunks in the morning, never to return. No explanation ever offered.
They'd be happy to know that you survived, Herman.
But why did I make it out alive, when so many others died in that awful place?
It's not your fault. And blaming yourself won't bring them back. Honor their memory. See that their names live on.
Hey, Soul Kitty.
That way, at least. They're never truly gone.
Thank you. Sid, I'm going to write a book.
The tree? I didn't see the tree.
Of the horrors of Baalbach, and the spirit of those its custodian sought to crush.
Okay,
of
it works.
Valestia will know of our suffering. And in the name
I
of
might
those
need to
I
read
lost,
it.
I will not let it happen again.
Neither will I.
These records would have been buried for all eternity, were it not for you. Thank you.
I may need to re-aim those. I think some of them like come off this very side of the screen. Need to fix that. We're like doing side quest central before we finish this game. Which, have I finished? Okay, have I finished all the ones here? Oh my god, I have.
Mitterdol mentioned a new project yet?
I mean, what, yeah, 5 hours? I mean, we did do one hunt by accident, but...
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen herself.
So what do I owe the honor? What's Sancfordian, dear?
You can craft that now. That is... There's still this. We have the orichalcum now. We just need dark steel and primitive battlehorn, which are both from hunts. That doesn't take anything we're using, just the Ragnarok. So we can go ahead and craft out of this.
No scratches, all right?
diamond sword. Oh no, wait, it's defender. Make it a bit stronger with defender, meteorite, sharp fang. Okay.
Not my best work, but it'll do.
I took 40 clutch mines.
Fine. Trouble with your gear, or so will it be?
This also takes orichalcum, and until we get another one, I don't want to spend it.
Anything else?
Clive. Go on then. You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here. You're rubbing me blind, you know.
Okay, that's all those quests. So now we have other quests out in the world. Let's see what our hunt board looks like. Well, we knocked one off. So how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh my god, we started today with 4 and they added so many more of these fuckers. Pennington's Gate and Sambreek. These all S ranks? No, they're not all S ranks. Oh, we got rid of that fucker. So many of these are still S ranks too. Most of them are A ranks. There are a couple S ranks out there. Well, let's do the side quest first.
Why the hell would Victor take the bearer's side?
Here to help me pack? Thanks, but I'll be traveling light. I'm almost finished already, in fact.
You're really going to go through with this, then?
I am. But before I go, there is one small issue I'd like your assistance with. Well, two, in fact.
If it's within my power to help you, I will.
It's the children. I refuse to let them share in my disgrace. And if I leave them here, they surely will. Our friendship would see them ostracized forever. But I can't take them with me either. I can think of only one place where they are certain to be safe, and provided for, and loved. The hideaway.
Of course. The children would be more than welcome.
Thank you, Clive. I will not forget this.
Lubor, are you still here?
What is it, Ferda? You look pale.
There's been a flood in the Velcroy, a damn big one. The League of Outlaws encampment was completely submerged in ether.
What?
Every last one of the bastards has turned, and they're headed this way.
Bandits are one thing, but Akashic bandits are quite another.
The town guard won't stand a chance against them. We need to evacuate. There's no time to lose. Further, gather the men. The Akashic may strike at any moment. We must make ready to cover the townspeople's escape. Well, what are you waiting for?
Yes, my lord.
Clive, change of plan. The children stay with me for now. I need you to find Conrad and Natalie. Tell them to prepare for a full and immediate evacuation. Understood. I'll do what I can to convince everyone else. Wish me luck.
What's an
You have to listen to me. They're coming.
Why do they always have to make such a...
Ah, it's you.
These two always
What do you
arguing.
want, Lord Underhill?
Oh, drop it.
Pass on an important message. There's been an ether flood out in the Velcroy. The camp where the so-called League of Outlaws were gathering has been swallowed. They're no longer just bandits. They're Akashic now, and they could be here at any moment. You need to begin preparing for a full-scale evacuation right away.
Oh, do we? And who was it who gave you this disturbing news, might I ask?
Lubor, perhaps? The man spreading the same poison out in the square as we speak. You may believe his lies, my lord, but we know better.
But why would he lie about something like this?
Some twisted attempt at revenge, perhaps. If he had not been unmasked, he may well have been elected our leader. A great honor for one of his kind. One he might well feel aggrieved at having been denied.
Lord Underhill, forgive me, but it has become all too evident where your sympathies lie. Lubor cannot be trusted, and neither, therefore, can you.
You may not trust me, but for the sake of your people, ask yourselves if there is any chance that this is true.
There isn't. You can be certain of that.
Alright.
Now be off with you.
You can all die then.
You're making a mistake.
It's no use. Words will not move them.
Then we must find another way to ensure Dalamel's survival.
You're right. Let's speak to Lord Ferda.
I think we'd better shut up.
What's Lubor raving about now?
Lord Ferda.
Sid, what's wrong?
I went to warn Conrad and Natalie about the Akashic, but they wouldn't listen. They've convinced themselves that nothing Lubor says can be trusted.
The bloody fools.
Which means the town guard can't be counted on for support. But I can. If there's anything I can do to help you defend Dalamil, you only have to ask.
I appreciate it.
Sid! Ferda! I've been looking for you everywhere.
Victor? I thought you'd left.
I couldn't abandon a friend in need. And Lubor is in need at this very moment. Come quickly.
You have to believe me! The Akashic are coming! They don't eat, they don't sleep, they don't tire, and they don't care who they kill. They're unlike anything that's come before. There will be no parley, no mercy granted! We may have saved the town once, but this is different. I do not ask that you forgive me, but please believe me. If you do not run, you will die. You will all fucking die!
You'd like that, wouldn't you, bearer?
Okay, you racist motherfucker.
That's out of the way. Your kind will be free to claim Dalamil for yourselves.
You should run!
Run, bearer!
Yeah, run! Far, far away!
Forget letting me cash it, get them. Light them all on fire.
Wait, someone's coming.
Stop! You're hurting him!
Okay, definitely set them on fire.
What did Lubor ever do to you? He solves all your stupid problems, and he keeps all of you safe. You know there's nothing he wouldn't do for this town. Who was it who made that cleaver you use every day, Conrad? And what about your counting table, Natalie? Who fixed that? Whose men make sure the streets are clean so all your boots don't get dirty? Who spends all day, every day making sure things run smoothly around here? And none of you ever say thank you. Ever. But did Lubor ever complain? Well, does he ever stop smiling? He keeps this whole place going. And you act like it doesn't even exist!
Shame them, shame! For shame.
Lubor, we've heard enough.
Wait!
We will not run. The town guard will not abandon the very place it is sworn to protect.
And I will not give up for lost the stores that we labored so hard to fill.
So tell us, how do you propose we deal with these Akashic of yours?
Well, first I'm gonna need all your fingers.
But we will fight.
As a price for being racist, bigoted fucks.
Fine. Gather round if you don't want to die.
Allow me to explain the situation. The ether flood occurred near the village of Cheratina, deep in the Velcroy. The place had been abandoned for years, until the League of Outlaws decided to make it their base of operations. Now they're all turned, and if the scouts' reports are correct, heading in this direction.
They are mindless monsters, driven only by hate and rage. And they are utterly unpredictable.
Much like everyone in this town.
Knew how and where they were likely to attack. When these creatures come, Dalamil will have the bitterest fight it has ever faced on its hands. The town guard will muster at the north gate. The rest of us will take the south. Both forces will provide men to serve as scouts and messengers, ready to spread word of the size and nature of the Akashic force as soon as it is spotted. And as soon as it has been, we will converge on its position and see that it is driven back from Dalamil at all costs. Conrad, can I count on the support of the town guard?
Always.
I leave the selection and coordination of the messengers in your hands, Victor. And the command of our men in yours, Ferda. If you would both be so kind.
Consider it done.
As you wish.
Natalie, I would ask that you and your people have the townsfolk barricade themselves inside the bathhouse.
And light it on fire.
And tell the merchants not to waste time securing anything beside the essentials. Preserving life is our one and only concern.
Except yours.
As long as we survive, it doesn't matter what trinkets we might lose. Our riches can be regained. And if anyone doubts that, let it be known that the Briar's Kiss stands ready to cover any losses.
Very well. I shall tell them.
Where do I fit into this plan? Where else but the most perilous place of all? I would like you to travel to the home of our erstwhile League of Outlaws, Cheratina itself. The main host is most likely still there, and Dalimil will not be safe until it is eradicated root and branch. A little gardening. How pleasant. I doubt it. I have a feeling these weeds will be particularly stubborn. Luckily, so am I. So you are. All right then, we all know what we have to do. Now it's simply a matter of doing it. For Dalimil. Looks like everyone's ready. I'd better not keep them waiting.
Good. That will keep some of them out.
Any man sighting an Akashic is to raise the alarm immediately.
It's gonna be rather terrifying to know that just an ether flood can just pop up anywhere.
There it is. The flood.
But what's waiting for us inside?
This way. Attack! Get him! All yours, Torvald.
Single one alive.
Dodging. Okay, apparently we're at a stage again where dodging is not working. Really trying to hit me.
It's over.
The League is disbanded. I should get back to Dalimil and see how the others fared.
Am I like an Odin? I've gotten used to it. I wasn't sure about replacing Phoenix with it, but it's working out pretty well.
All the Akashic we were able to find have been dealt with. Seems that might be the last of them.
Last of them here, perhaps.
Lubo, Sir Clive has returned.
Clive! What news from Charatina? It's done. Root and branch. I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Thank you, my lord.
Friends, the Horde has been driven back. The Akashic have been defeated. And we need not fear the arrival of any more, thanks to Clive. Victory is ours.
We bloody did it!
We saved Dalimil.
Lubor, allow me to apologize. After all you have done for this town, we should never have doubted you.
But we did. And for that we are truly sorry. We only hope that you can forgive us.
We need you, Lubor. Dalimil needs you. So, if you would still like to be considered for the position of mayor, you have our backing.
You do remember that I'm a bearer, don't you?
We do. But that is not a stain on your character. It is a stain on ours. We thought only of what we perceived bearers to be, not what you truly are. The man who saved Dalimil twice over.
I see. But I will only accept your proposal on 2 conditions.
Name them.
Still want those fingers.
Firstly, that you will both do everything in your power to rally your people to my cause. If the Town Guard and the Merchants League do not accept my leadership, it will be doomed from the start. Unity is the key to defending Dalimil, and I do not doubt that we shall need to call on our combined strength again.
When that time comes, I will expect us all to pull together, just as we did today.
Of course. You have our word.
And secondly, you will accept that if I am to lead you, the mistreatment of bearers must end here in Dalimil. Any bearer within our walls shall be afforded the same rights as any other citizen. They will not be judged by what they are, but who they are.
As we failed to do, and came so close to losing everything.
We agree to your conditions. And we have only one in return. That you continue to work for the good of Dalimil, as you always have.
Condition accepted. Well then, it seems my mayorship is all but confirmed. Do I get some sort of special hat? How fickle fate can be. Not so long ago, I had resigned myself to leaving Dalimil in disgrace. And now, I find myself her leader. Here. For everything.
Lubo. About the children.
Fear not, you are of course relieved of your responsibility. I would sooner face another horde of Akashic than see them brought up as outlaws. I'll make sure they're safe here.
I don't doubt that you will. And not just the children, but everyone in Dalimil.
I'll do my best. Can't have all your hard work going to waste.
And the girl just pushes the boy off, just whoop. There can be only one. Another thing for the chambers. So, okay. Is that the only side quest we have left then? Because we dealt with them all over here. Looks like we have one more. Oh, hang on. Before we leave, I need to check something.
Ginger and ginseng.
How about a few spicy sausages to put?
So, you're going to join the watch?
The fellow who used to run this stall took to his heels.
Good day, my lord.
I already bought it. Okay.
Fare you well.
Says he has new stuff, but I'm willing to bet it's
Are you
just...
buying or selling? Go safely.
Lord Marquis, if you have a moment.
What is it, Cyril?
One of our brethren lately journeyed across the strait in order to pursue a new avenue of inquiry in our ongoing investigation. He sent an owl some while ago, but we have heard naught from him since.
Was he surveying another fallen ruin?
No. The object of his study was a savior cult that has arisen in Ash in recent years. We believe it may have some connection to the Circle of Malleus, an ancient religion that worshipped Ultima as its god. By gaining an understanding of this new faith, we hoped to learn more of the Circle's original beliefs.
And so you sent one of your brothers to Ash, a continent teeming with orcs and Akashic.
Fully cognizant of the risks, yes. I entrusted the mission to one of the most able of our order, the Third Chair, a master of the arts of combat and survival both. Though he has been silent for some days now, I have thus far refrained from sending any others in search of him, lest they be lost in turn. Yet, it seemed only right to inform you of the situation, given your unique experience of the perils of Ash. For as you so earnestly advised me, it would not do to abandon a man to his fate, when he might yet be saved.
Nah.
It would not. But Ash is a big place. Can you be any more specific?
Perhaps. The last owl I received from him mentioned a village where he had heard the cult were wont to assemble. Mickleburg was its name. It lies in the southern reaches of Waloed. If aught ill befell him, I expect it did so there.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
You are much too kind, my lord. Go then, with my hopes, and may the Firebird's flame ever burn in your heart.
That way, okay. Alright, unless it dumps anything else on us, this is the last side quest. There's still some hunts to do, though. Skill points do I have? 5,000. I can up the power on this one. That leaves me enough for... This isn't the one I'm using. I could reset and reclaim a lot of the points from the icons I'm not using anymore. Like I say, unless I just really need to power things up. Oh yeah, this area.
Might this be Nickelberg?
We couldn't access this before.
These people aren't turned. And the village seems safe enough at least. What is going on here?
Ah. Did you too heed the call?
Heed the call? No, I came here looking for someone. To be honest, I wasn't sure I'd find him here. Let alone all of you.
Is that so?
What are you doing here? Is this where you live?
It is my home. The others, they heeded the call.
You keep saying that. What do you mean?
They came here to perform the rite, just as King Barnabas instructed. This village is their altar, where they shall cast their souls upon the gentle waters and give themselves to the Lord.
Give themselves?
Oh, Lord, cleanse us of our sins.
Let us be reborn in your loving arms.
Another death cult.
Free us from the torment of this mortal realm.
They want to be saved. Forgive me, but did another foreigner like me come here? He was probably wearing a cowl.
You mean the traveler from Stone? Yes. He's staying at my house, toward the rear of the village.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll go and greet him.
They seek the same salvation Barnabas did.
Bring us salvation.
At least the third chair still lives. Let's go and find him.
Your friend with the cowl has been staying with me. Please, make yourself at home too, traveler.
We haven't actually confirmed he's alive. I mean, considering that guy isn't performing the ritual, you wonder if these people just popped up and he's like, oh, you came here to kill yourself. Oh, well, all right then, I guess. Sure. Oh, it's still here.
Excuse me. Are you with the Undying?
I am. And so it would appear, are you? Lord Rosfield, if I am not mistaken.
That's right. And you must be the third chair.
I am.
Cyril was worried for your safety. He sent me to find you.
Then I must apologize. I did not mean to trouble the bearer of the burning quill. Much less you, my Lord Marquis.
He said that you had failed to report. Is there a reason for that?
I came here to study the followers of this new faith. But the more I learned of them, the more my own faith began to falter. You have seen them at their prayers, have you not? They devote themselves to the veneration of their lord with a fervor I have never seen before, praying night and day that they might be rid of their wicked wills and reborn in their Saviour's light. Not that they might be granted respite from their worldly woes, but so that they might continue to serve him. Serve him with all of their beings. I, too, swore to devote my life to the service of my Lord and Master, but this... 'tis different.
Are you with the Undying? I am. Guess you aren't.
And so I would see it through to the end. See these people safe, that they might achieve their dream. That they might do their duty to their Lord. Even if it should keep me from doing my duty to mine.
You do understand what their dream is, don't you?
I do, my lord. They would cast aside their wills and become Akashic. I know that it may be hard to believe, but to these people, that is the very essence of salvation. Forgive me, my lord, but I must remain here. If you are to return to Master Cyril, I would consider it a great... Did you hear that, my lord? Something is happening.
I'll go and find out what. Stay here.
Let's say that's a big arena style thing out there. Oh, a flood happened.
Beneath the flood. Oh no. There must be something I can do. Echoes as well. Found her.
Ready, brother?
Ready.
Over here!
What now? We meet again. I've killed your kind before.
He's got 2 on that. Okay, he's got 3 on that one. And the dodging's not working again. That's wonderful. I love it when that happens. Okay, quit catching me when I'm in an animation lock. Cheating asshole. If he likes to get me caught in an animation lock, I'm just gonna catch him in an animation lock.
Damn it.
I thought he was supposed to be really good at fighting.
Don't you die. Come on, speak to me.
I had to save them, that they might have a chance to find true salvation.
You were a fighter and a survivalist. What the hell? This is the same energy as the guy that threw his son and kept the bomb.
Dying plucked me from the gutter and gave me a cause to believe in. A duty to serve was everything to me, and I would not deny them that fulfillment, even if they must become a Kashik in order to achieve it. Forgive me, my Lord Marquis. I did not mean to trouble you with this. My findings. Could you deliver them to Master Cyril for me?
Of course. Your duty will be done.
Also let him know how much of a fucking idiot you were.
Look, my lord. They are saved.
And now I have to kill them.
They are saved. Founder. I should get this report to Cyril.
You need to tell him as top survivalist, instead of, you know, fighting the single enemy that was there or anything, just decided to put himself in the way. Apparently his survivalist technique was human shield.
My Lord Marquis, welcome back. I am glad to see you hale and whole.
I met with your third chair, Cyril. He bade me deliver his findings to you.
It tends to work. Well, once. It's usually good for a one-shot.
Thank you, my lord. He remained in Ash?
He died protecting the villagers from an echo. I buried him in Mickelberg. I'm
Sorry that I couldn't save him.
If you could not save him, no one could.
The villagers, they were believers in this savior cult. They prayed to their god that they might be unburdened of their wills. Then an ether flood came, and their wish was granted. Your brother sacrificed himself that they might live, even knowing that that life was death by another name.
Then he perished defending liberty. A hero's end.
Yeah, no, those
For the
Akashic
right
are
to
gonna kill
choose how
people.
one dies is no less sacred than the right to choose how one lives.
Sid would agree. He wanted to build a world where people could die on their own terms.
A noble ambition. To die for one's cause is the most perfect expression of one's faith. It matters not how misguided others might judge one's decision to be. Only that the decision is one's own. We live according to the teachings of our order. We believe in them, we protect them, and yes, we die for them. For better or worse, that is our creed.
But he didn't die for your creed. He died to save them, and you still believe that what he did was right.
I believe that he believed it was. We of the Undying are not slaves, but willing servants. And this was his will, the ultimate expression of it.
All right. I'd like to know this man's name, Cyril. To know the names of all the Undying who've fallen in the line of duty. They died serving my house. It's only right that I remember them. That is my duty.
Of course. I shall fetch the Book of Martyrs at once.
Oh, that's a depressing book.
My lord, it has been, and shall ever be, the greatest honor of my life to serve House Rosfield. Though our duties may differ, yours is no less important. I pray with all my heart for your success. And were they here, I have no doubt but that every one of my fallen brothers and sisters would feel the same.
Were you worried I was going to insinuate by your statement that I would think your duty was more important than mine? Everyone in the Undying is a fucking moron. Hey, we got another orichalcum. That means we can make that one thing. The Ouroboros thing. Don't know if that was a trophy for that particular quest or the fact that I've now done every side quest. Because there are no more side quests. We've done all the side quests. It's taken 6 hours to do all the side quests. It's not that, I'm not saying by any means this is a bad thing. No, all the side quests were good. They were fun. I'm just stating how kind of funny it is in a way.
Clive.
Those were all, but they were all very enriching to the story. I appreciate them. It's just kind of funny how they all kind of piled on to the end like that.
What's Sancfordian, dear?
Okay, so we can make the Sons of Ouroboros because now we have an extra orichalcum. So we don't need the stained loincloth or the marble flower, right? No. So we can make this.
No scratches, right?
And it doesn't upgrade.
Anything else?
Alright, let's see what we can do about these hunts. I think I saved it already, but... I was gonna try to do the trials if I could, but I think I'll do that on my own time, because I think doing all of that's just gonna take too long. If we want to finish this tonight. So, we have this one. Woodland Passes in Sambrique. Okay. I think we were trying to establish maybe through here or potentially even up through here. Sambrique's a big place. There was one here. But there could also be down here. We'll go here first. I imagine, though, it has to be an area where we can actually fight. Because we had a boss down here, so maybe in this region or even here. Potentially up here. You all right back there, Torgal? I heard wings for a second. I love that sound. It's like the perfect, like, teleporting through a rift noise. Got a bit turned around. Okay. Worst comes to worst, we'll actually look these up, because for a lot of these, I don't want to just wander around. It's kind of pointless at this stage. Because I would eventually find them. It's just a matter of wandering around. Looks like that might be it over there. Is that it over there? No, those are scorpions. And spiders. Look at that green fool over there.
It's over. All yours, Torgal. Get him.
In a tree?
Over here!
Make it look easy.
Is that it? No, that's just we might look this thing up. Because like I say, they can all be found. It's just a matter of kind of aimlessly, in some cases, like, wandering aimlessly for them. Because I guess they thought it would be hilarious to make, like, hunts with no description. Like, I guess they think wandering around a map with your dick in your hand to be fun. I don't mind it if it's like there's, oh, here's a series of clues to follow, but half the time it's like there's no clues to follow. It's somewhere in this wide area, and there's a tree. Located amongst these 40 possible locations. We're not gonna do that. But now we know it's there. Does it look any different on the map? I think they disappear on the map if they're not there. If we've done them, I mean. Okay, we're gonna look these fuckers up. 'Cause it's now... We're now 6 hours into this. There's, from what I've been told, at least an hour and a half of main story content left. Sort of wandering around aimlessly, looking for a question mark, bad description hunt. These are like my only complaint about them. It's like, yeah, you don't see where they are, but it says, yeah, they're in Sandbreak and in Forest Passes. Guess what? In Sandbreak, there are a lot of those. So it's not really fair to make me go running around. the end of Mornbrand Sambreek. It's highly recommended that you leave this to the end of the game because he's level 50. Ah. Fair point then. If they're recommending we save this till last, then we'll. What about you, Dread Comet? We looked for you like... Because it says he's in the sickle. We ran back and forth across the sickle. And he was not there. Well, he's in exactly a place we've been. He just decided not to show up. For whatever reason. He's literally right here. And we ran through there. We actually ran back and forth through there. I guess at the time we were hunting him, he just, I don't know, was on a snack break or something?
Good girl. This won't be easy.
Right through here. There you are. You're right fucking there. Where were you the last time we came through here? Fucking Toucan Sam looking ass.
Something tells me it won't be easily broken.
Oh, we're gonna have a fry up after this thing's done. Oh, he doesn't have a stagger bar. Oh, he can interrupt that move as well. He has no stagger bar and he can interrupt my moves. Interesting.
This one. All yours.
Do it more than once. Oh, he is on a bender. Right. I'm gonna quit.
All yours, Torgal.
This one.
Not again. Stop. Christ.
Poor beast. There was nothing I could do.
Yep. Nothing I could have done. Could have left it alone. Okay, that one's done. We had no choice but to kill it. We have to bring civilization here. It might have been hiding oil as well. Pop.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. It'd better all be here.
There's something about it.
Okay, so that one's down. Esla Walud. Okay, so Esla Walud. That shouldn't be too hard to find. Hopefully. Imagine he's up here. Maybe. There he is. He doesn't have a stagger bar either. What's with these hunts without staggers? They are a little bit easier. Well, their life bar goes down faster. kind of juggling him. I'm waiting for like the big hit to come in. Starting to feel a little bad. I feel like I'm just bullying him. I am just bullying him. Why can't all my marks be like this? Why can't they all be like this? Well, we got the primitive battle horn.
Your journey ends here.
Put him in a DMC5 combo. Christ me. I felt kind of bad about that one. Do I have what I need then? Because I've got the battle horn was one of the ingredients. Was the comet the other?
So, will it be?
No. Got the. Oh, we need 2 dark steel. Okay.
That it? Fine.
Half Combe. Near the roads through Half Combe. Okay. Here. So basically back here and just go out of town, okay.
Now, Torgal!
This one.
Sick him! Torgal, kill! Attack!
Mentioned this area too, so it's probably somewhere down through here.
Now, Torgal! Torgal, kill!
This one. Get him.
Go, Torgal! All yours, Torgal! Attack!
So now, look down this way. There could be an off chance he's actually back in there. Or he's in here. Not these things. I have so much trouble dodging these things. I'm not very good with their patterns. That. Got a stagger bar though.
This one. This one. This one. Over here.
brought down a stagger more. Thanks, Torgal, for being... Torgal actually blocked me from dodging that.
I've had warmer welcomes.
Okay, that one's dead. Just keep having to go buy more potions now.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. You'll not find a better price than that.
Okay. This one. Penitent's Gate. Somebody. That was up here. Penitent's Gate, yeah, okay.
And how might I help the garrison today?
Seems the Duke's had a change of heart.
We've got more pips than a
I
mouse
hear
got...
the Dukes agreed to let us keep our
Remember if I bought the music scroll from
Got any
here?
more of those special elixirs?
I like how I ran in a complete circle.
Do you see anything you like?
Do not have this one.
You've a keen eye. Come back
Do
again.
know.
Haven't seen any of those beastly blue... Do be careful.
I will.
feel like
this one
gives me a chance to build the limit up.
Get him. This one.
Keep firing at it.
This one.
Careful, we're gonna push him out of fight range.
All yours, Torgal. Second. Go, Torgal. Attack. Attack.
Just sit here.
It's over.
Gotta do the big maneuvers to get the limit bar up.
And another.
Is there another obelisk up here that we've just never triggered? We never actually... I don't think we've ever actually come up this far. Nope, we haven't. Obelisk is right there. Hey, buddy.
Doesn't look like he's willing to listen. Nice try.
Fair, I couldn't see because the camera likes to hide me behind things. Right into that one.
This one.
So when he does that jump, I don't have him selected anymore. Apparently that was undodgeable.
Damn it. Dion would have been glad to have you back at his side.
I needed that.
Alright, buy more pots.
Still alive, are ya? Going purse weighing you down?
It's probably not smart of me to save all the S ranks to last, but
It'd better all be here.
alright, let's make this the last one. And then we'll move on to the end. Only reason is we're going on 7 hours, and if there's still an hour and a half left, we need to finish this. And then I'll just finish everything else out in my own time. Unless everyone wants me to see me beat them all. Which I'd be happy to do, but the Croxembrique. we'll make this our last one then. Let's say the Croc's over here. We have another one over there. Ugh. I mean, preferably I'd rather do them all before I beat it, because I have less incentive to go back and do it. But at the same time, it is getting late. We still have a little ways to go.
Over here! Go, Tom! Over here!
And plus we have, like, the ones that are left are S ranks, so... And those fights take a while.
We're not alone.
You just all have to trust that once it's over, I'm a total badass and I went back and beat them all. Because I'm like, sure there's probably going to be a trophy for beating them all, and I want it. Oh, this thing. Christ.
Looks like I'm working something up. Only one thing for it.
Does it twice. It does it twice. I'm in a bad place. Move. Oh, you do it more than... Jesus. Nope, shouldn't have done that.
Sweet dreams
are made of these. Alright then. You'll just all have to trust that I am a total badass and I will go back and beat those things. Because I want that trophy. But yeah, it's getting late. I mean, it's already almost 4 a.m. And like, I generally don't go longer than 4:30, so... And if there's an hour and a half left of this, we're gonna be going super late, so... Let's finish this up.
Make sure you do this time. Oh, and while you're at it... Clive, if you see me dad up there, tell him we were right to leave his legacy with you.
Tell him he'll be in the front row. There's no way he'd miss this. Well, behave yourself, Mitt.
We'll see.
Oops. Kick my desk.
So, you're in charge now, Gav.
And what does Taya have to say about that? Come back before she finds out, eh?
Thank you, Yote. I'm sorry.
Your Grace, I shall pray for your safe return.
That's kind of you. But you should pray he took his medicine. I didn't spend all night grinding herbs for his lordship to leave them on his nightstand. Again.
You needn't fear, Lady Taya. And thank you.
See that your brother comes back in one piece. Or, at most, two. Any more and you can heal him yourself.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, there's nothing to say that hasn't already been said. But that's never stopped me before, so just you do what needs doing. And don't worry about us.
We'll do our best, Uncle.
That we will.
If that is all? Not quite. Jill.
It's time, isn't it?
It is. Take care of him. And you. You take care of her too, boy.
Don't forget, Clive. We all choose our own path. Believe in yours. I do.
I'll be back. I promise. I love you, Jill.
I know. I love you too.
Thought she was gonna pull a Han Solo there. Has there been? There hasn't been one to my knowledge. Biggs and Wedge sometimes do get left out. They're not in 100% of the games. They're in most of them.
Now, we have a god to kill. Some of the main Final Fantasy theme there. Yup, the crystal theme.
Here they come. Hold on, Joshua. Already am. To make us a way in.
This confirms he's been able to maintain control. Also, is this a chunk of land that was taken out of the waterfall? Oh no, it may not be the same, but maybe it's
origin.
It was another spire at one point.
A far cry from heaven.
Because this happened before.
Where it all began. Where it all begins. Our ark. Your architect.
There you are.
It was here that we slumbered. Here that we waited for centuries, clinging to our decrepit shell, for fear that we might have need of it once again. But you have come at last. And now we shall be truly complete.
Well, there's 3 of us and 1 of him. Let's make it count.
It's gonna be done too. Stream for so long, how do I not get tired? Conditioning, honestly.
Dominance. We will show you what it means to suffer.
I've been doing this for like almost 8 years now. So after like 8 years of it, built up a tolerance for it. We're truly meant to lose in this.
Not this time. Move aside, Phoenix!
Only thwarted. Yeah, Cornelian against Knights we do about 8 to 10, roughly. Yeah, and on the 24 hour, you made it just over 22 hours. Game looks epic. It has been absolutely epic.
And you only surrendered, this unpleasantness could have been avoided.
Oh god, tell me he's got another wing. Okay, yes. I like how he's thwarted, but he's immediately back in action.
We have you.
Dear. Go! Save your brother!
It's like if Shakespeare wrote Macbeth while dreaming of Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla.
Clive! Clive! No.
I thought the Phoenix couldn't do that. Well, they might be able to do it to other dominants. But not people.
The Founder.
Or the other fire dominant. I don't know.
Did I mention you look terrible?
That makes two of us.
Oh, I'll be alright.
And Dion.
I told you, I'll be...
Come on.
Thank you.
Press on.
Always.
We're in great condition to fight this asshole.
I'm sorry about Dion.
Don't be. Please. He did what he had to do.
And it's time we did the same. Should we stop?
Because of the cough. No, I think we're past that, Clive.
I suppose we are.
I really do love the dominant fights, though. I mean, yeah, it's just slinging big power beams everywhere, but I love that kind of stuff.
So empty. We're close, aren't we?
I'm very easily pleased for that kind of show.
But I don't want to think what could be waiting for us in there.
Then think instead of those waiting for us at home. Clive.
They can't be.
But they are. This is the Nexus. A wellspring of life. Yours and ours. As we watch the world stumble slowly to its dark end, it was here we pledged a new beginning. And now, with the ether we have harvested, I shall raise my kin from their eternal slumber. That together we may usher in a new age of reason.
This was never about creation, only self-preservation. You condemned an entire world so that you alone might escape death.
Alone. Him. Alone. Clive. I think I understand. He...
They sacrificed their flesh to become beating hearts of crystal that pumped the land's lifeblood from the depths of the earth unto this very chamber. And thus would they labor still, long after their work was done, had you not set them free.
You meant for us to destroy the Mother Crystals. It's what you wanted all along.
You have our gratitude, Muthos. In this you have served us well. You have both served us well. Welcome home, brother.
I thought it was me, but it wasn't my grasp that grew weaker. It was theirs that grew stronger.
Joshua!
And now we can become one.
So there was more than one of them. Well, I mean, obviously, so we see, but it wasn't the one that Joshua had captured. That answers that question.
Clive.
Someone might be scared if he didn't look like a sad mannequin. I like the way he looks. It's that weird...
Of the destructive flames of Ifrit. And the healing flames of the Phoenix. This, I once believed, would be Ultima's true form. But I was wrong. I see it now. Why you will never become Ultima's vessel. I don't care. Just hold on. Listen to me, Clive. You remember the murals? People once knew that Ultima was their god. That he created them. And they worshipped him, prayed to him, looked to him for guidance. In vain. In vain. For he did not listen, did not acknowledge our will, and so we strayed from his path to forge one of our own. So absorbed was he in his own desires, so driven by his own will alone, that he shunned the one thing that could have made him truly powerful. Faith. The same faith people now place in you. Faith that you will fulfill their dream, Sid's dream, of creating a better world for us. Faith that you will follow in Father's footsteps and save those who need saving most. Faith that you will answer Jill's plea to save yourself. The difference is, Clive, that you chose to listen, and that is what has steeled our bonds. Bonds that helped you stand firm when Ultima's pull was at its strongest. His power may be absolute, but so is ours. And so will yours be. With my light in your heart, not even a god might stop us. Joshua! Don't do it, you're... Enough, Clive. My body is too far gone. If the wound does not take me, the curse will. brother. Look at me, Joshua. Open your eyes! Open your eyes, Damien! Why? Why did you do this? Joshua! Joshua!
And thus does the final piece fall into place. The incantation primed, but one task remains. To empty the vessel.
Alright, you little shit fuck. I'm done with you. I'm so fucking done with you. I'm gonna take your ass, I'm gonna shove it down your throat, and then I'm gonna pull it out the hole where your ass used to be. And then I'm gonna do that 3 more times until you're a little pretzel. And then I'm gonna take that pretzel and I'm gonna shove it in your eye sockets.
You're still here. With me to the end.
Even now, you would deny the inevitable.
Dude, the inevitable is I'm a fucking badass.
That's what you always have. And always will. On this, my sword, I swear, to shield the Firebird's flame forevermore.
I've kicked so much ass on the way here. To kick yours.
You know nothing of magic.
I needed that.
Alright, so you're a dirty little cheat.
Nice try. Nice try.
This is the work of man.
Nope.
And just beat the devil out of him.
have I waited for this
That's
moment.
crazy.
This moment in which I might revel in my creation, only to find it profaned and soiled. It must be cleansed. Unexpected. How is it that your will yet endures?
Because it's not so easily broken.
But it can be broken.
Because you're about to get your ass kicked by a very small post, okay?
Is my will.
This is your existence. This is the thing you're gonna have to accept. Is that a cute little Pegasus just came and destroyed your fucking life.
It's already.
Your place is jumping up my butt. Shit! Ah!
What latent force feeds these flames?
Those shoulders, do you play WoW?
Is this Logos? Have you truly become free? No, I forbid it. You are not a god. You are but flesh and bone. You are not one of us. I created you, all of you. And what is mine is mine to destroy.
Once, perhaps. But we are no longer yours. Our flames are our own, and they burn as one!
Turns out Opaline isn't the strong fire alicorn. It's fucking me.
Nothing. Damned is the slave who will turn the scourge upon his master.
Yeah. There you are. Take all the forms you want. I'm going to wreck all of them. 7th, even 4th strongest alicorn? No. I'm number fucking 1. Telling you no, and you're not listening.
Enough! With fire shall fire be repaid.
Oh, honey, no. Ugh, I hate trying to aim this thing, though. I actually cruised through hell. This is nothing. Send you to hell? Can you pick up something for me? I really need you to get fucked. I know we're not done with this fight. Get up and fight me again.
No. My will is inviolable. Something is wrong.
You're afraid. You always have been. From the moment the Blight exposed what you were, weak, you conceived us to prove otherwise. But the result shook you to the core. For in us you saw yourself, and realized we had the potential to be more than you could ever be. And so you turned your back on your creation. Your back on the world, like the coward you are.
You think you know me? You know nothing, Logos. Nothing.
There you go. I want to entirely destroy you. I want to beat you so many times that you weep for an eternity. Power up the full. That way when I destroy you, you have nothing left to offer.
Bathed in light, I stand above you, my rebirth complete. And you, for your defiance, shall pay the proper price. An eternity of anguish.
Come on, is that all you have? What is that, your pre-order bonus armor?
Pain, suffering, you have known none of these. But we have, so we know what they grant. They bring us together, and that makes us strong.
Your will is to get fucked. Again. Yeah, play Final Fantasy 14, buddy. That trick doesn't work on me.
Nice try.
Also, hey, Deskar, I saw you come in. So being a damage sponge ain't gonna save your life, buddy. Not enough.
Gale unrelenting.
Stupid fucking skull, I'm more powerful than you. done? No.
It is not yours to take.
You want this little pony to beat you up some more? I can do that. I can oblige. Fucking shit I've been through, you can't fucking stop me. How you feeling, Ultima? Alright. Keep going in for these dick measuring contests. I keep winning. I don't even have a dick and I'm still winning.
That's my boy!
Together!
Here, I made an ice dick just for you.
Darkness, unending. Odin.
Onward, my son!
Come on.
No, mine is the altar at which you pray.
I can do this all day, motherfucker.
Mine are the eyes that look down upon you all.
And yet still you cannot see. You are no better than us. We are one and the same.
We are not the same. No man might stand beside me. Witness my creation.
Well, how you doing? You seem like you're losing, buddy. I'll let you get a couple hits in. I'd feel bad for you otherwise. You're without equal. I mean, that's true. The bar is so fucking low you could trip over it. Fuck you! Here, let me slice off some more of your dignity so I can serve it back to you.
So sure of your place atop the world, you refuse to acknowledge those below. You chose to remain alone. And so you shunned the one thing that could have made you stronger. Pushed away the hands that could have raised you higher.
I do not need you, you or anyone.
And that is where we are different. I could not have made it here on my own. I carry with me the hopes and dreams of my brothers, my sisters. And it is they who will give me the strength to end your reign.
Friendship is magic? Oh, friendship is nuclear at this point.
Cannot end.
You want the end? I'll give you the fucking end! Fucking get up. We're not done.
The world you seek is but a fantasy!
The only fantasy here is yours. And we shall be its final witness.
No!
said.
Get up. I want to go again. I think some of your atoms may have survived. I'm going to destroy them.
Tell me, what do you imagine will befall this world now that you have gained your precious freedom?
I honestly don't know. But I doubt it will be pretty. A sorry tale of sin and suffering, hardship and pain.
And it was for this that you fought so fiercely? Why?
It's who we are. We fight. We survive. We endure. We don't need a reason. We are imperfect creatures. When we stumble, we reach for a shoulder to lean on. When we fall, we stand back up. We see the horizon, ever out of reach, and still we march on. Certain the answers lie just beyond it. Because that is our way.
My congratulations. Relish this victory, knowing that you have but delayed the inevitable. Your world is already dead. May you enjoy an eternity on its blackened husk.
May you enjoy D's nuts, Ultima. What up? I just absorbed a god. Congratulations, the last pony crosses the finish line a week later. Ah, my hair!
It seems Ultima's power was too great for this vessel all along. But while I have it, perhaps I can use it to set things right. And see Ultima's legacy. Bearers, dominance, crystals, magic, consigned to the flames. Even if it means the end of me. These are our terms.
Shouldn't Biddle's cast out of pure evil?
you the most beautiful thing.
He is, isn't he?
What are you gonna call him?
Let me see, let me see. Oh, read little one. Got a smile for your Uncle Gav.
Not so loud, you burp.
What? I was only...
Shh, you're scaring him.
It's all right.
Oh.
A sky of scattered tears, 1,000 years apart. Should they fade, I will not be afraid of the dark. For your
If you need a rest, I can take him.
Tell him I just disappeared.
The world's yours now. Yours to do with as you please. That's what Sid wanted. That's what they both wanted.
Blow up Marno. They just turned the lights. They one of those things that if Final Fantasy was always dark and gritty, you might have a different opinion of it. But, you know, this was its, you know. Because Final Fantasy always has this, like, weird, quirky moments. You got your quirky characters that pop in, and this one didn't really have them. It had its moments of levity and humor. But there were no, like, very quirky characters. I mean, you had, what's his name? The traitor guy. Starts with a G. He was a bit quirky. But of course you didn't have really any... You didn't really have any, like... I want to say... fantasy characters. I mean, there obviously were. You had your orcs, you had your dragons, you had your griffins, but I mean, you didn't have your more Final Fantasy type fantasy things. I mean, of course, you had your summon, you know, the dominance, but it lacked a lot of the more Final Fantasy type creatures and themes and worlds. This wasn't a very super fantastical world. It was a world of magic and castles and political intrigue, you know. Which is, again, it's okay, because it's one of those things that Final Fantasy does things different a lot. Each Final Fantasy is its own story. So I found this one to be quite good. A big departure to what I'm used to, but it was good. Now, if they made Final Fantasy 17 and it was dark and gritty and Game of Thrones, I might start having a problem with it, but I'm not entirely sure I'm worried about that. I feel like, you know. Also, there was like no... I want to say there's no fantasy races. I know there were the goblins and the orcs, but I mean, like... I mean, you think Final Fantasy 14, you think of all the other Final Fantasies where there were usually fantasy races. I guess maybe 13 didn't. 13 didn't really have fantasy races. And one Moogle, that's true, there was only one Moogle. It was but a single Moogle. That didn't even get a voice. I was upset about that. They didn't voice the Moogle. I will point out some things that, of course, other people have pointed out, and it's not necessarily a detriment to this game at all. Of course, there were no people of color in this game. Not a one. Everyone was white. It started to become noticeable. I think at one point, before we even got out of the original hideaway, I was like, everyone's just noticeably so white. And I mean, I knew that was going to be the case because we'd all heard that was a big controversy in the writing of this game. And again, I don't know, maybe they wanted to be careful. I feel like I can't really, I don't want to play any kind of devil's advocate on this. I guess when you have when you've got a story, you know, a theme of high slavery, I guess maybe they didn't want to cross into putting people of color in it, even though it was just bears strictly that were the slaves, but I don't know. Maybe it's just they didn't want to write a story with people of color, which is a shame, of course, but the other thing I kind of noticed is that there were no women in the military. Aside from Benedicta, there was not a single woman in the military. You had a couple of women fighters, but you had like every person in the military was a dude. And I really started to notice that. I think it was a intentional choice due to the subject of the bears. Because they did 14 because they did 14 and it was extremely diverse. I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I figured. It was like... Because you've got the bearers, and the bearers are considered, you know, it's a very high theme of slavery. And I mean, granted, in this world, anyone could have been a bearer, but Still, I don't know. I guess in some ways they wanted to potentially avoid some kind of controversy. I don't know. Who knows? I'm not the writer of this, and I'm not gonna try to suss out the reason. And I mean, it's not like it's uncommon in most Final Fantasies for there to be very few people of color. But, I mean, yeah, 14 went big diverse. The women in the military thing you didn't even realize. It was something, I can't remember. I think it was like 2/3 of the way through the game I noticed this, and it started to stand out to me. I was like, wait, have I seen a single woman in the military? I don't think I have. And there's like one curse breaker you see that's a woman. And you got Jill, who's just kind of half sideline. You know, she's half warrior, half damsel. I mean, yeah, you had the one curse breaker who was a woman. You had Benedicta. And I mean, you had Isabella, but I mean, she wasn't military. She was just running a town, so. Yeah, you didn't really have many woman fighters. So that was something I noticed. Just trying to think if there was anything else. Otherwise, I feel like that's all I really noticed, like, really big on the surface. This game was a big old sausage party. But again, I mean, that's not necessarily... I'm not gonna call that out too much, because, I mean, look at previous Final Fantasies, where you've had the main character be a woman, so... I'm not really gonna shit on this for that. It's just something I noticed. It was just something I noticed. I mean, 13, you know... 13, there was 13, there was 6, I suppose you can kind of count. Actually, I'm trying to think. I mean, 9, I mean, then there were others that weren't necessarily the main character. You had 9, you had Princess Garnet, you had, I mean, they've existed throughout the Final Fantasies. So, yeah, there was Rhinoa in 8, and what was it? What was her name? Start with an S. She was also in 8. Then you had Fang and what's her name in 13 as well. Selfie. I was wondering if it was Selfie. It felt like Selfie. I mean, yeah, there's plenty of them. Vanille, that's the one. I have a statuette of Vanille. I have a figure of Lightning and one of Vanille. But this is really good. I tell you one thing. I said this earlier, but I'm like just total. I love like the big kaiju battles where they were just flinging magic beams and giant magic orbs at each other and big ass explosions. I love that stuff. I don't care if it's cheesy, I don't care if it's trite, I don't care. I love that shit. I don't care if it's DBZ style. I like DBZ style. See, Icon Battle is fucking insane. Icon Battles, highest high I've experienced in this in last gen. Very true. They did the Icon Battles really, really, really well. And I think too, this game had QuickTime moments in it. Had QTEs. Normally I hate those. This game did it right. Because they assigned your QuickTime actions to specific actions. So it wasn't random and you had to do it. They gave you ample time to hit the right button. I still fucked up a few times because my one complaint was they made the R1 and square very close in color. And so I was often identifying the color before I saw the button, so I would hit the wrong one. It's like, maybe you could have made those two just a little bit more separate in color, but oh well. In a big fight where my adrenaline's pumping, I'm not really gonna discern between the color red and red-orange. This is the only game so far that feels next-gen to you. No other game comes even close. It's like the game can only exist on PS5. I would say, yeah, the graphics on this were nuts. I'm very curious to see like how this will transmit to PC. Because there were particle effects everywhere, there were grass blades everywhere. Just the sheer amount of graphics happening. Square is blue though, R1 is red. No, square is orange. Wait, there were 3 buttons. There was square, there was R1. Oh wait, R1 is blue. There were 3 buttons, weren't there? I thought there were 3 buttons. Yeah, that's right. There was spam square. That's right. Non-spam square was blue. Spam square was red-orange, and R1 was red. And quite often, I would see the color first, and I would think, oh, it's spam square, and I would start to do that, and I'd go, oh, this is R1, and I go, fuck's sake. I did that a lot during the Titan fight. I just could not get out of that. I was identifying the color incorrectly. Yeah, it does, but I mean initially, because there was like so many times I would think the scene, it's like, oh, we're gonna square up here, so it's gonna spam square, and it'd be like, no, I'm supposed to dodge it. Fuck. Oops. Drop my controller. So yeah. But yeah, given the ample time for QTEs was very nice. There was a lot of things in this that were very friendly toward accessibility, I think. I think a lot of this was made very, very accessible, which I think was good. Ugh. This is another one of those games that they want you to play it. I feel like there are many times games out there that are just like, they don't want you to play them. They want to beat you into the ground. It's like, no, this game wanted me to play it. This game wanted me to feel like a badass. And I appreciate that. And yeah, visually this game was stunning. Admittedly, it wasn't as crisp as it would normally be because I am streaming this to my PC upstairs. My PS5 is downstairs, and I'm streaming this over the network upstairs. So it was I could tell it was a little smudgy because I've watched Wake of Luna play it downstairs on the TV, and it's like, yeah, this is a bit more crisp. But it was still very good. I mean, considering that much data coming over the network, it still looked really good. But I could tell it was a little bit smudgy comparatively. But this is another thing I praise the PS5 for, is having this feature of remote play, because it makes streaming this so much easier. Go back and watch the last clip. I will. You might have to post it again in a minute once the credits are done rolling. I will go back and finish those battles though, but I'll do that on my own, of course. Because I've got the S rank hunts left to do. I've got a few more left to do. And then the trials. I gotta do the trials. But those I'll do on my own. Because we're done. Which means next week we can start something new in the Monday, Tuesday / Thursday, not Tuesday, Monday / Wednesday, Thursday slot. I don't actually have Pony D&D tomorrow. I just wanted to finish this today. I was like, I don't want to wait an extra day to finish this. I want to finish this today. I'm glad we did long streams of this as well. Because I know I've been starting early on these and going extra late with them. Because streaming story games, I will admit, streaming story games is generally lower viewership for a multitude of reasons. People don't want spoilers, people lose track and don't come back. People have watched someone else do it faster. There's usually a lot of drop-off per one, and the longer you take to go through it, the more the higher the drop-off is. So I kind of learned that's why a lot of big streamers finish these bigger games like so damn quick, because the drop-off is just high. Plus I enjoyed it. I enjoyed being able to sit here and like sit for 6 to 8 hours just playing this. It was good. What's next? I don't know. I'm trying to decide if I've got to kind of, I'm thinking about either Forever Skies or Medieval Dynasty. Unless I think of something else. But those are the two I kind of potentially was thinking of after this. Forever Skies, yes. It's the one that just came out recently in early access. Yeah, I picked that one up on the sale, and I picked up Medieval Dynasty. I had Medieval Dynasty on my wish list like forever, and I'm like, it never goes on more sale than this. It's been years now, and it never goes more on sale. So I'm just gonna get it. So yeah, one of the two. I'm not sure which one yet. I might... I'm debating on holding on Forever Skies just because they just put out a big update already. It is one of those, because it's early access and putting out big updates, I kind of want to let it cook a little bit more. Because I don't know how much content is in there right now. So I don't know. We might go Medieval Dynasty first, just to let Forever Skies bake a bit more. But we'll see. I need to see if they have a roadmap. If they do... Oh, it's such a good song. I wonder though, I guess the way they ended it, I wondered if there was going to be DLC to this. There's still like, it felt like they left something open to it, and like the whole, no DLC they said. Then I'm kind of disappointed they never explained what the Distant Coast was. still Leviathan. There's true, they mentioned Leviathan. Well, they said the lost Leviathan or something. But yeah. Leviathan the lost, that's it. Just something to try to piece together. But yeah, there was like the distant coast. Like there was... My big complaint about this has been like, okay, the Mother Crystals take place on the Twins. The Blight is happening in the Twins. This whole world apocalypse is happening in the Twins. Is this happening on that distant coast that they talk about? Or is the other half of the world being like living in this just wonderful utopia? So like, what was happening? They never go over it. So how was it? It was excellent. Nelly got so many good quotes out of me. I was shit talking away during the final battle. Oh, highly recommend this game. I recommend it, Prime. You gotta get it. It was really good. Oh, as the sun rises. The soundtrack was fucking amazing. They knew how to get your adrenaline pumping during these fights. Looking forward to it. Not sure when it's gonna happen, but it's gonna. I will say, as a Final Fantasy, no spoilers, of course. Not everyone's seen it. But, there's an after-credit scene, by the way, for anyone scared of spoilers. Okay. The story wasn't like... I won't even say anything about it. It was good. It was a good story, regardless of anything. I don't want to color anyone's perception. It was all good. It was really good. It's just a very, it is a very dark and gritty and very adult story. Whoa, that turned into a yawn. There was at least one butt. there was at least one butt, yes. Ugh. So good though. God, the fighting was so good. I was worried the fighting wasn't gonna be good because like you turn this into an action game. I was like, the fighting's no. But the fighting was actually so satisfying. I was relentless. I was a relentless fighter. I just didn't stop. I pressed the enemy all the time. I was never letting up on the enemy. It was like, go, 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 dodge, go, dodge, go, dodge, dodge, go, go. Especially when you got more abilities, yes. Wins Dojo of Wisdom. Beat they ass until you find out what god they pray to. Pretty much. Oh, looks like we're ending the credits, so be warned if you don't want spoilers. It's funny too, like to see the different fighting styles, because my girlfriend's been playing this, and she plays a lot more strategic with the fights. She'll like back off, study the moves they do, and kind of predict those. Where it's just like I'm watching for a pixel to change and be like, oh, that means dodge.
Oh.
Let me guess, they're gonna cast fire.
Will you light it?
Yes, Mother.
He's not gonna use a crystal, is he? Oh, no. No, he's gonna use magic.
Come on. If only I had the flames of an icon.
Icon? Have you been reading that silly story again?
There is no magic.
Belongs in fairy tales, and fairy tales don't boil kettles. You see? Well done. Now, be a good lad, and play with your brother until supper.
Come on, hurry! Hurry! All right.
I'm expecting magic to awaken, though.
Right, let's play the saint in the secretary. No, I don't want to be Madu. What do you want to play then? What of the
Final Fantasy Joshua Rossfield.
Again? Well, right. And I get to be a freak. Right, I'm the older brother. Because the hermit says so.
No magic. There we go. The end, yup, the end. You tuned into the end. How do I interpret the ending? I don't know. That much time has passed. Magic has not reawakened. Magic is gone. Maybe they saved the world. The blight receded. There was all that pain and suffering, but they got through it. That was the other so yeah, it turns out it was that was the other continent. The fact that he named the book Final Fantasy. Wait. Who wrote the book? Well, It said Joshua wrote the book. Did Joshua come? Did he pull a phoenix again? Did he phoenix again? Did he revive him, or did he just heal his body? That's the thing I wasn't too sure. Phoenix was established as impossible to revive dead characters. That's true, but they could revive themselves. And it seems like they could revive other dominants. Or at least the fire dominant. So yeah, I don't know. Interesting. And that they called it Final Fantasy. Like, wait. Yoshi P, you're not saying this is the last one, are you? Of course not. Then again, this is like one of the first I think of that's like, there's no magic in the end. It's like the first Final Fantasy where it ends where there's no magic. The magic is now gone, so there's no more. Who knows? Yep, I did all the side quests. I was doing all the hunts, but we were running out of time. I was like, it's getting really late. I was like, I need to start going after the final one. Because I was doing the hunts. New game. Oh, we got a new game plus. With player and item data carried over from previous playthroughs. Gameplay mode Final Fantasy is also now available to use exclusively with the new game. Final Fantasy gameplay mode offers the following: increased enemy strength and increased player level cap. I was wondering if it was capped at 50. Because that one boss was said to be level 50, and I was like, is that the cap? Because I was level 48. New gear and items, mode exclusive content. This mode is recommended for players who wish to test their limits. You'll just have to trust that I do that. Interesting. I think there's 3 side quests that secretly explain the ending without telling you. God, I know fighting that one S-rank behemoth out in Waloed was fucking insane. There's just meteors everywhere. I kicked its ass, but it was rough. Okie dokie then. Game progress 100%. Behemoth fights are feral, I know. Holy shit. That S rank one was fucking insane. It was crazy. Alright, you can go to sleep now. There you go. Yeah, I'll have to do those fights in my own time. because I was like, I would have done them all on stream, but I was like, yeah, it's getting too late. Because I mean, now it's almost 6 a.m. and we've just finished with the credit roll and everything. So. But that was an excellent game. I enjoyed it. There were a few parts where I looked at the story and I went, Clive, are you a fucking moron? There seemed to be a few points where I was like, Clive, you're a fucking idiot. And he never seemed to be cured from that idiocy, but... Otherwise, it was really good. That was exciting. And yeah, oh yeah, Nelly wanted me to watch that clip. Do you have that clip, Nelly? Is it the last one you posted? Are you still here? Is that the one? There we go. Yeah, let me post this where you guys can see it. One moment. Well, that's not what I selected. Sure. We'll just do it from here. Oh, wait. Pull that tab out. There we go. I need to... Hang on. Am I under or over this? I think I'm... Actually, I won't do that. We'll just go over here. We're not done.
The world you see is but a fantasy!
The only fantasy here is yours. And we shall be its final witness. I said...
Get up. I want to go again. We're not done. That's that where it clipped.
The world you see is but a fantasy!
The only fantasy here is yours. And we shall be its final witness. I said...
Get up. I want to go again. We're not. I might have been having a very major power trip. Man, that was good. Now, is there like anybody on right now? Is it bad you wrote more Moonlord of that? Because I gave you ideas? No, I want to. You better tell them to me. You better tell them to me. Let's see. Nash is on. Ow! Glad you catch it. I'm glad you could catch it too. Let's see. Like nobody on right now. You had to. I have to know what you wrote. Because I was dropping some mad shit talk. And I think I was developing lore on the spot as well. Some serious shit talking and lore development right on the spot. God, it was one of those times I wish my new model was done. I was like, damn it, I wish my new model was done. Fuck. Soon though, soon. It will be done soon. I'm working on it. Hopefully in time for subathon. Well, it will be in time for subathon because I will not start subathon until it's done. But yeah, it's like Nashi is on right now. So we'll go raid Nashi. They're playing Octopath Traveler, which is very much like Final Fantasy. Actually, they're playing Octopath Traveler 2, the second one. I've never played them, but they look very good. If you're into the old style Final Fantasy. As much as I like the old, as much as I love the old classic turn-based Final Fantasy, it's one of those things I kind of personally grown a bit tired of. Did I not hit the raid button? No, I didn't. What happened? Did it? Did it not tick? Oh, there we go. There it goes. Yeah, as much as I liked the old, turn-based style RPGs, there are things that to this day would kind of actually bore me. Not in all cases, not in 100% of the cases, but it's definitely something I think is okay to be relegated to the past, but it's good when it crops up now and then. I guess is the best way I can put it. Plus, the turn-based ones are good for casual play. But yeah, this was fun. Thank you guys so much for joining me on this journey. I hope you had fun. This was a great game. I will start something else Friday. I'm not here tomorrow. I'll be back on Friday. We'll be doing Vault Hunters Minecraft. And then next week we'll start a new game. But I hope you enjoyed this journey. It has been amazing. Thank you guys for hanging out with me and all the shit talking we did. And you all have yourselves a great night. And I will see you all on Friday. Good night, everyone. Night, 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 night. Good night, good night.